Good evening, friends. Welcome. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, as we are getting ready to start another one. I swear the mix is not Richard Peak just yet. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. A little slant, what are we, golf tonight? I guess we're slant golf tonight. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Good to see you in the sim here. We are right here at the Louis Armstrong Memorial International Airport, right outside of New Orleans, Louisiana. Getting ready to think about some warmer places for the evening. A little chilly where I am in the mid-Atlantic here, but we're getting ready to go someplace warmer. We're going from New Orleans down to Orlando, and then from Orlando down to Cancun, Mexico. Thought there was going to be an event on the calendar for tonight. There doesn't appear to be one. However, there does appear to be a decent amount of VATSIM air traffic control in the region here, where we've got the Jacksonville Center pretty well staffed up, including the Orlando area. So there is some good coverage there as we are getting to fly into our midpoint. Then we'll continue on here down to the south and west down to Cancun. So that's our itinerary for the evening. We are in the JustFlight BAe-146. Is there any regional jet service that flies from from New Orleans to Orlando and then Orlando to Cancun? No, not in the least. Just happens to be where I want to fly this thing tonight, so that's where we are. That's what we're going to do. All right. Got some friends stopping into the chat already. We got Iowa Scotsman stopping in. We got Kilnavok. Oh, hey, Kilnavok. I've not seen you in the stream in a little while, but good to see you back here. We'll look forward to seeing you on Sunday. And thank you very kindly. He's got the 2 gift subs going out to kick off the show. So thank you very kindly, Kilnavok, for the gift subs, the continued support of the channel. And like I said, I'll see you Sunday. All right. Also, we have, and if you haven't been to the stream here in a while, or if it is your first time here, we've got another activity going on. It is called our Slant Artwork Adventure. Slant Artwork Adventure means that we don't have the Alphabets raffle anymore. We still have the landing rate raffle, so we'll get that. We'll talk about that once we get established on our approach into Orlando. But our Slant Artwork Adventure is what we do with our Twitch channel points, aka our Alphabets points. So instead of joining a raffle drawing with those, at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points, and the button next to that tells you how many you have. Click on that button, you've got the option to cash in 500 of those points to get in on our Slant Artwork Adventure. We start with an image description that I feed into ChatGPT. It produces an image, and then you guys, as you get into the queue with those 500 points, you get into the queue and you get your option when you're called upon to suggest a way to add to or modify that image. And we've started very simply this evening. We've got a BAe-146 departing and climbing out from New Orleans with the Superdome there visible. I have no idea whether that's geographically accurate to where the Superdome sits, but that's what ChatGPT came up with. And of course, we can add all sorts of silly things to this, where we can keep it serious. We can do whatever you like. You can add to or modify that image however you like if you cash in this 500 points. And you can add a sentence or maybe a few words. The idea is we add to this incrementally, bit by bit. So if you want to get in on that queue, go ahead and do that. And then, of course, if you do that and you realize that you haven't gotten my attention, I don't realize that you're waiting, you can use this command, !art, to get my attention.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
And if I hear Bob Ross talking in my ear, I'll know that one of you is waiting to contribute to our Slant Artwork Adventure. All right. I know, Vince. You were just fine. Lay down here. Lay down. Lay down, buddy. Come on. All right. Route number 1. We're departing from New Orleans. It is a Class Bravo airport that does not have a standard departure procedure at all. Okay, there's no VATSIM ATC on, but typically what they do is they simply just vector you to your first filed point. In our case, it's going to be Redfin, and then we're going to join this airway heading eastbound right into the mainland of Florida via, I guess this is what, Tampa Bay right here we're going right over top of, right? Yeah, MacDill Air Force Base right there where C-17 famously did not land. Yeah, so radar vector ourselves to our first point at Redfin, and then this route down here to the south and east, and then we'll join Orlando that way. So yeah, we've got RNAV capability. Of course, this channel's rooted in the concept of me flying without any kind of RNAV capability. That's what Slant Alpha stands for. But lately, with fewer and fewer conventionally navigable airways, especially in Florida, I mean, you get down here and you see pretty much everything is blue. There's really not too many conventionally navigable high-altitude airways anywhere in Florida anymore. So to fly a lot of these places, and especially when we get down to where we're flying from Florida to Cancun, there are a few. I guess we could have maybe worked it out today, but so many of these airways that crisscross this entire region here are all RNAV required. So we do fly this BAe-146 with the primitive UNS-1. It's not a modern FMC by any stretch. It does get the job done, and it's a delightful little compromise between vintage and modern that I do enjoy, even though we're bastardizing the roots and the name of the channel. Sorry about the missing texture. This is an add-on. Well, let me finish that thought, and then I'll come back to this one. So we're bastardizing the roots of the channel, but again, the more and more I stick with only conventional navigation, the more we have difficulty just finding places to fly that allow it. I think I had rotated this into a different position at one point, and now I'm looking for the click spot to do that. Okay, well, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to expose this panel here because we need to be able to switch from COM1 to COM2 when needed. So if that's going to sit that up there. Okay, yeah, so this is a new update for the BAe-146, and I guess I haven't flown it since then. I didn't realize that they had changed that a little bit. I was going to rotate it a little bit more sideways to get it out of the way there, but I guess they've moved that around now. Okay, that's fine. All right, fine. Sort that out when the time comes, but here we go. All right, let's get to the flow list. We've already got our flight plan filed on VATSIM. We did receive a squawk code for it, even though there's no VATSIM air traffic control on right now where we are. And we do have all the switches, levers, dials, knobs, and everything else rotated into position for getting started, right? I think I just changed a knob there. The altitude select knob I just accidentally changed. Oh, maybe that's just off because the plane is off. All right, well, I'll deal with that when we get the plane powered up. All right, well, then first things first, let's get to the tablet over here on the aircraft tab. We got the chocks set. Let's get the passenger cargo doors open. On the yoke, we can jump up top here. Battery 1 and 2 come on. Nav lights come on. Logo lights come on. And then let's jump up to the top of the panel. We'll get the no smoking lights on. Cabin emergency lights armed. The avionics masters all turned on. Houston Center is on. Okay, cool. Nice. Bet Dave, thank you very kindly. Good to see you, and thank you for letting me know. We got a little bit, oh, not even showing. It must have just happened, because it's not even showing on VATSIM radar yet. Oh, there we are. Very nice. Good deal. All right, well, I'll check in with them to grab my IFR clearance when the time comes. Anyway, brake fans can go to auto. Anti-skid can be turned on. It'll still say up for now, but at least we get the switch on, and we'll get the 2 lift spoiler systems turned on as well. On the low overhead, we can get the bus ties are left on. Okay. Standby inverter and generator, that's left on. External AC, we'll just leave that off. Alright, so yeah, bus ties on, standby inverter and generator on. Left inner fuel pump we can turn on. Center tank transfer goes to auto. And we'll go ahead and turn on our APU. We have one undocumented checklist to get to while the APU is powering up. Should hear it. The APU gen on. Okay, I was gonna say once the APU gen kicks on, we should hear the should hear that kick over. APU air and pack, galley switch, and flight deck emergency lights go to armed. Alright, down on the front panel, master warning knob is already... well, hold on, I did not... yeah, I don't normally... Yeah, that's, so with the update, it looks like there's maybe been some options that have been changed. Cockpit pilots, no, I don't need that. FMS, yes, I do want... Yes, I do want the TCAS. Don't care about the tail aerial. Don't care if the car goes. Nah. Auto cabin crew, yes. Auto cabin lights, don't care. Auto cabin music, sure. Cabin announcement, cabin ambient sounds. Interior cabin, don't need it. Auto ground idle, no. EFB auto brightness, sure. Flip chart options, yes. Flip chart weight sync, yes. Knob acceleration, yes, definitely. Pilot callouts, yes. Rudder axis steering, yes. State saving, don't need it. And no, we don't need to sync the altimeters. We want the classic FMS. And yeah, let's do state saving.
Saving enabled.
Thank you. Okay, so that should, yeah, that'll be better. All right, so a few options got changed since I updated the plane, but that's fine. Should be set back to where we like it. Let's get back down to the front. Now that I got spooked by a dude sitting in the cockpit that I wasn't expecting, but let's resume there. Master warning system knob is out. Let's get the nav radios on, 1 and 2, and let's get the DME on as well. And then let's go down to the center panel. Let's get COM 1, COM 2, ADF 1, ADF 2, FMC 1, FMC, and really more MCDU. So there's one FMC, there's just 2 entry units, but we'll get those up and running as well. Alright, so that's done. And then down to the very bottom, we can get the brake temps monitor on. We can get the yaw damper on. And it looks like we've just gotten a pre-departure clearance. We already knew the squawk code because the auto ATC sent that before the stream went live. I'll just go ahead and punch that in now. Well, I'll tell you what, I can't find it. Hold on, let's just look and make sure. Redfin Y280, charge, pricey 4, and then Orlando 270, 2516. No SID, climb tower assigned heading that is filed, maintain 4,000. Okay. Okay, so we've got some information there. 4,000. Expect assigned cruise in 10 minutes. Frequency of 132.77. Doesn't say anything about departure runway. 2516, yep, I already had. And then we do have an ATIS information running, so let's switch back over here. Juliet is the ATIS 3003, departing runway 29er. Okay, so back to what we were doing. 2516, I believe, is what I said, and we'll go ahead and put in that transponder mode. Let's see. Okay, yep, alright, I see where that is. Yep, 2516 is correct. Okay, so yaw damper on, brake temp monitor on. Let's go ahead and set our payload and fuel. Yeah, see, this is where the tablet used to be. So now I have to, let's see, move the view. So there's view 1, there's view 2, there's view 0, there's view 4 now. Okay, perfect. That'll work. That's good enough. So fuel, I want the wings to be completely full, and are we in? Yeah. Oh, they've made the entry a little bit more intuitive now. 8167. Enter, and then just 266 in the middle. Okay, so that's got us up to 16,600. Let's do instant refueling. 16.6. Okay, that's what we asked for. Passengers, I like to just do 80. And cargo, 2,400. And 2,400. So that's about 60 pounds per person in terms of cargo. And then, we can choose what kind of boarding we want. Okay, Jetway boarding, and let's make it 10-minute boarding. So we've got some nice new options in the plane. That's cool. Okay, so we've got. They're actually going to depict the Jetway. Oh, nice. Okay, that's cool. So even though it might not come native with the scenery, and again, so I started to say this earlier. So this is an old add-on that does indeed put the terminal in the correct position, the new terminal, because here's the old terminal down here. Okay, they've abandoned that, or they may be still using it for something I don't really know. But this is the newer terminal at New Orleans, but this is a FlightSim.to add-on, really old. I don't even think it's published anymore, and it's not supported anymore for sure. But yeah, so it's missing some textures and such. So yeah, that's why it looks like the way it does. It's not the real terminal's not quite so festive, although it kind of looks cool. But that's what happens when you have a missing texture. That's what happens there. But neat that they actually maneuver the Jetway in order to start that boarding. So that's kind of cool. Some nice new features there from JustFlight. Anyway, all right, so we got the boarding going. Our flight plan is filed. We do have the ATIS information, Juliet. Altimeters were what now? 3003. So let's get to the front here and get 3003 set times 3. 3003, and yes, the field elevation is pretty much next to nothing here, so we do want that to be what's shown on the gauges. 3003 should result in a elevation of pretty much 0 here at the field, so that's good. The only controller we got working us right now is indeed 132.775. So we'll just go ahead and set that here. Whoa. 32. So that's what it meant by knob acceleration. That'll make it easier to change frequencies to large differences between numbers in the future, but I'll just have to get used to that. So 32.775, hopefully that's correct now. We don't need to call for clearance, we don't need to call for push, we can call when we're ready to taxi, but we got that set now. Hopefully we'll start hearing them as well on the stream when they have activity going on the radio. Alright, so comm radio set, IFR clearance obtained. Let's go ahead and get it entered into the FMC here. So we'll accept the data. Over here, let's just go to the menu. And over here, let's just go to flight plan. We are going to be starting from KMSY. This is the UNS1, and it's got a kind of an interesting entry method, a little different than more modern FMC. We are going to go to Redfin, REDFN. Enter and accept. From there, we are going to go on a list. From Redfin, it is Y280. So let's list Airways. And it's option 3. Enter. Y280 going down to charge. So where is that? Oh, that's option 5. Enter. So now it has gone. If you look, you'll see it puts all the points in along Y280 between Redfin and charge. And then it's the pricey for arrival into Orlando. Let's see, just to kind of get ahead of the game here. Let's see if Orlando landing to the north or Orlando landing to the south. 3-5 right and 3-6 left. So if we're coming from the west, which one do we expect to get? 3-5 right and 3-6 left. Just as a guess. I mean, we don't really know, right? Could change. 3-5 right, 3-6 left. So coming from the west, we kind of expect 3-6 left. So we'll put that in as our arrival runway for now, but that could change by the time we get there. But it is going to be, regardless of what runway, it's all going to be at KMCO.
Yeah, at 1119, correct, doesn't it?
And accept, and then let's go to
United 1119.
Forgot how to do it even. Flight plan menu. Arrivals, yeah, okay. So we're going to assume for right now, what did I say, 3-6 left. And it's going to be the pricey for, from which one? Charge it was. And we're just going to put in the ILS 36 left for now. And do we know what transition we might get off of that star? Let's just take a guess. You know, again, all this is subject to change. If we're going to, yeah, if we're going to 35s and 36s, it's this point Laura at 7,000. So now let's see if the ILS to 3. I keep forgetting. ILS to 3-6 left. Let's see if that includes some sort of a transition from Laura. Yeah, it does. So that's the one we'll pick in the box. And again, all of that's subject to change, but it's kind of our best guess from now. Enter, and we'll put all that in the flight plan. Alright, over here we'll keep it on the menu page. Over here we'll come over to the nav page. We'll make sure that Redfin is the first point we are going to. Again, we're not just going to go there. We're going to go there however we're vectored. But at least now that's all entered and ready to go. And then let me just order my charts in an order that makes sense.
2099, Houston Center, Roger. Reset your transponder, squawk 1635.
Pricey first page, pricey second page, pricey third page. There's the ILS to 36 left. And then there's the airport diagram.
Houston Center, howdy. Should be a pretty good ride for you.
Okay. First waypoint is armed. Squawk is set. Transponder mode is set. Let's jump up to the mode control panel. And let's get flight directors on. Let's get the initial heading. We know we're going to be departing off of runway 29. We know there's not a departure procedure, so we're just going to set 287 as our initial heading. And that may or may not.
1354902 for Jackson Center, United 200. 10 Alpha.
Happy New Year, man.
All right, 287. Let's make sure we're in RNAV for the navigation. Flight director's on, and initial altitude. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I had kind of spun that around and wasn't sure where it landed. The initial altitude they said was 4,000. So we'll go ahead and get that altitude arm, and we'll put it in heading mode for starters, and then we'll go from there. We got another minute and a half for the boarding, so this allows us to catch up on one undocumented checklist item. Another thing we can do is we can plan our pushback. We can't start it yet. We do know from the chart here that all of this is considered non-movement area. The hashed out area means that we can move around in there. Non-movement area makes it sound like you're not allowed to move. It's the opposite. You're allowed to move. The ground controller does not control movement in this area, so you're allowed to kind of do whatever you need to do. It was also in our pre-departure clearance. Ramp uncontrolled, push pilot's discretion. So we will do that. We'll push, wait a minute. We'll push out here. Let's just push straight back out. I mean, we kind of know we're going to be turning to the right. But we'll just push straight back out. Get that pushback started. Okay, are we just about done with the boarding? They are retracting the jetway. Very nice. Okay, so that's all done. We can verify that we do have the parking brakes set, so we can pull the wheel chocks as well.
504 at Redfish, cleared ILS 27 approach.
Elevator trim can be set. That's very simply done by just clicking on the center of gravity on the tablet. We'll see at the bottom there that the wheel will turn. Okay, that's good. That's now set.
American 2999, or let me know when you get Sierra at Austin. You can expect visual 18 left.
Let's get oxygen systems on. Let's come up to the overhead low. We'll get the fasten seatbelt signs on. Cruise cabin pressure set. We're going to set this up to...
Sounds good.
We're going to be cruising at 27,000 feet. So there. So there. Ice detection can come on, and the engine anti-ice can come on. That's just for the startup. And then now down here on the thrust management system, outside air temp was what? Let's get that from the ATIS. 23. We can go ahead and set power. Power that on. And we'll put it into 720. Put it into takeoff mode. 89.8 is our bugged takeoff power. And let's go ahead and set flaps 18 and all appropriate bugs. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard American Eagle Flight 5514 with service to Orlando.
Delta 22, leave American
We are scheduled to push. We're scheduled to push back from the gate about 6 minutes ago, so we're going to get our way just a few minutes late, maybe about 10 minutes late. Wheels up time scheduled to be a quarter till the hour, and we hope to be off by maybe 5 to 10 till the hour. Flight time once we're up is 1 hour 41 minutes. We'll be cruising at 27,000 feet for you today. The weather at our origin is very favorable. We've got very light winds and a few clouds and nice high pressure. As we climb through the cloud layers, might be a bump or two, but once we get up to our cruise altitude, we should have nice smooth sailing for you to head out to Orlando. Give you an update on the weather situation in Orlando once we are getting ready to start our descent there, but for now sit back, relax, and enjoy flying with us today on American Eagle Flight 5514 service to Orlando. Okay, we're ready to go with the push. So let's get our beacon light on. And I will release the parking brake here. And we'll release the hold. And we are underway. Let's start with the number 4.
American 2999, you can delete the speeds on the arrival and go as fast as you'd like.
Roger that. We'll go as fast as we like for 999.
And we wait till about 15%. Yeah, we'll wait till about 2% N2. So 2.0 up here. Oh, there'll be yeah, I forgot a couple other things. We got to get the rest of the fuel pumps on. Okay, so hopefully we didn't damage our starter with that little delay there, but now we're good. All right, so what else did I skip? Oh, pack 1 should come off. Pack 1 should come off. Fuel pumps and start master. And there we go. Okay, so that didn't skip too much there. Alright, the red light on the number 4 is off. Let's move to the number 3. Continue to monitor. Let the number 3 get up above 2.0. Okay, we'll see that we are getting some temperature.
Cabin is secure.
Well, that's all well and good, but we're not taking off just yet. I mean, I'll give them another ring as we're getting ready to depart here. All right, number 2, start.
JetBlue 2501, clear direct El Paso, Echo Lima Papa.
Echo Lima Papa.
Wait until 2% gets in there. Looks like our standby attitude indicator is not up and running yet. I wonder which engine that runs off of. Or what system that runs off of that I don't have up and running yet. Probably going to notice a number of little differences in the aircraft that I'm not used to. Okay. Introduce fuel and the temperature starts coming up. That's good.
Houston Center, Delta 1424, crossing Sims 240.
Delta 1424, Houston Center, howdy. Let's see here, cross the lid out of maintain 1110,000, the New Orleans altimeter 3003.
Okay, last light's off. So let's jump up top. Start selector off, start master off. The engine anti-icing can come off. These lights are way orangier than they were before. They were more yellow. Engine gens, packs.
Houston Center, United 575.
And Screen and Pro Pete's.
Romeo in Houston, escape.
Up top, we can get the
requesting pushing start.
hydraulic
Yeah,
pumps,
575, Houston Center,
and then let's
howdy.
get
Push
the
starts approved, runway 15 left.
AC and
probably
PTU
ready
on
to
as well.
Runway 15 left, we'll call, we're ready to taxi, United 575.
Okay, do I need to manually reset that? Okay, there we go. Okay, flight controls. We got gauges for the spoilerons there. We don't really have any gauges to check elevator or rudder position. But we can pretend that we do, or somebody outside would give us the thumbs up that all flight control surfaces moved as they should have. Flaps can be set for flaps 18. We'll put the knob in, and then we'll do a configuration check, and we got no warnings. Taxi.
504 wind,
Taxi routing we expect to just be sent out to the east and around, and oh, 29er, hold on, 29er, not 20. So we kind of expect maybe to be sent Gulf and then Sierra, so straight out to the east to Gulf and then down Sierra. Okay. Taxi, okay, landing, taxi, okay, good. Alright, taxi lights on. Parking brake off. What's the one warning? Oh, parking brake off. That's what I said. Okay, there we go. Alright. Let's see if the ATIS information has changed. It is still Juliet. Departing 29er. Okay. Houston Center, Piedmont 5514 information. Juliet at New Orleans, ready to taxi off of the main terminal.
Piedmont 5514, Houston Center, howdy, runway 20, taxi via Golf Sierra.
20 via Golf Sierra, howdy, Piedmont 5514.
And Piedmont 5514, I might have misspoke, runway 29er via Golf Sierra.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm not sure what you said, but we heard 29er anyway, so it all works.
It's all good. I'm so used to saying 20 over there in New Orleans.
We'll review the tape. But you know what? That's a beautiful example, though, of confirmation bias. I don't know what he said. I expected to hear 29er. No idea which one he said. As far as I was concerned, he said 29er, because that's where we were going. Perfect example of confirmation bias.
Houston Center, United 575 at Houston.
All right, minimum departure fuel for this leg, 5,600 kilos.
575, Roger, only 15
And
left,
we've got
taxi via November Bravo.
7,000
November
kilos,
Echo,
so we're good.
Whiskey. Taxi runway 15 left via November
Brakes.
Bravo, November Echo, Whiskey.
Brakes checked, by the way. We did see pressure there. So we're good. And did we, okay. Yep, alright, good. I thought we were heading toward the runway, but no, we are indeed headed towards Sierra, so we're good here. I only checked because I know that this airport has changed layouts just a little bit, but I thought that this outdated add-on, even though it's missing textures and stuff, I thought that the add-on did fix the taxi layout, and it seems to have, so we're good there. Let's get the weather radar on. We are going to be first in line, so let's go ahead and
Delta 3941 Houston Center, howdy. Should be a pretty good ride for you.
Sounds good, thank you.
And if they don't answer that, then I'll just undo the cabin call here in just a moment. But we'll say that we've alerted them for departure. Departure frequency set. Transponder TA and RA can be set. Continuous ignition can be turned on.
Piedmont 5514, wind at New Orleans 220 at 5. Fly runway heading, runway 29er, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 29er, Piedmont 5514. Okay, alright, so we're good. Strobe light on, taxi light off, landing light on, and turn off lights on. I think that covers it.
Delta 2099, descend via the Doobie 3 arrival. The Houston altimeter is 2997.
Descend via the Doobie 3 and 2997 for Delta 2099.
Okay, so runway heading is already dialed in. So throttles are coming forward, takeoff power coming at you.
Speed 2999er, descend now, maintain 2000.
Get a little bit of forward pressure on the yoke until we get to
And American 2999,
80 knots.
X-wing heading 270, vectored for the visual
Okay,
approach.
release the forward pressure. Now have rudder authority.
Depart X-wing heading 270, vector to Piedmont.
Trying not to overcorrect the center line here.
V1.
V2.
From Snaky on request.
Okay, we'll pitch,
Absolutely, we'll plan
pitch
on
to the bubble.
Decline that, Delta 1424, thank you, sir.
Delta 1112, roger, cross all that, and maintain 1110,000, the New Orleans altimeter. Let's see here, I just had it, 3003.
03 on M1 down,
Okay, gear did come up. Pitch to the bubble until we get up to 1,000. Okay, there we are. Now we'll lower the nose and let the speed come up. And let's get the vertical speed captured at a nice conservative value.
5514, radar contact, altitude lead.
Piedmont 5514, we're 1,500 going to 4.
Piedmont 5514, roger, turn left direct to Redfin, climb and maintain, follow hold 270.
Left direct Redfin and 270, Piedmont 5514.
And 504, welcome to Houston, what's your gate? Charlie 6, we got a couple 4.
Okay, so we got the vertical speed captured at a nice, well, it's coming up kind of quick. We'll have to maybe lower the nose here and let the speed build a little bit better. Let's make sure we're going direct to Redfin now.
Have a good night, man. We'll see you.
Now let's get the yoke out of the way.
Same to you, brother.
I can't remember how to get the yoke out of the way. There was a way to do it. Direct to enter, and then
Delta 1424, go direct. Snaky,
then-
maintain 4,000.
Snaky 4,000, Delta 1424.
I remember it had something to do with the pedal, the selector to move the pedals forward. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, 575, wind is 200 at 5. RNAV scan, runway 15 up.
Okay, so we are now direct to Redfin, and we are in LNAV mode. Vertical speed still just a little bit too high, so let's get out of that. Let's pitch the plane down.
American 299er in the turn, the airport set your call at 9 or 10 o'clock, 7 miles before the field is done.
Got it inside, 799.
Let's hold that vertical speed till the speed, till the airspeed comes up. A little more immersive with the yoke, yeah, but you can't like just dodge your head around to see what you need to see. So I need to get rid of it. Rookie 31st to Sierra Piedmont Pie. Welcome. Good to see you guys.
Safe height speed. Select flaps.
Alright, so flaps coming in. Let's rebug 250 knots. And I'll take 250 all the way up. Ooh, forgot to change to max continuous thrust, by the way. Which shouldn't be an increase. That's bizarre to me.
Delta 1112, it's Juliet turn into Orleans. You expect the RNAV to do runway 20 for 3 hours.
Oh, rookie 31st. You wanted to add something to the artwork. Go ahead, man. You're up. Alright, let's pitch up. I gotta capture that 250 knots here. I've missed the speed. Yeah, I'll show you the current picture. It's pretty simple so far. It's just a BAe-146 climbing out of New Orleans. Unrealistically low over the Superdome, but that's all it is so far. So you're first in line to put in a modification, so let me know what you'd like. Alright, so there's 250. So now we'll capture the speed again. Add a Christmas tree on the dome. Okay, very cool. We can do that.
Well, 1226, leave American Base to the north, forward center offline. Radar services are terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see you later. All right, that's it for your services. No back to the dark side. Region 1226.
Alright. We'll see how it does with that. Done with the airport diagram. And then Kenny wants to add some Mardi Gras beads on it. Okay, as soon as the first iteration gets done, we'll take a peek at it and then we'll add that.
Yeah, 575 Houston Center, Roger. Radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 340. Flight level 340.
Alright, we're coming up through 10,000. We're a little bit early to get the lights, but we can get continuous ignition off. The other thing we can do is we can transfer the bleed power from the APU over to the engines. And then we can turn the APU off as well. We can also get up top here and turn off the emergency cross feeds on the hydraulics. So we got, and then the forward-facing lights. Yeah, as we come through 10, landing lights and turn-off lights can be turned off. Continuous ignition, I think I did get those, yeah. And yeah, okay. And the other thing to do is a cabin pressure check. So let's take a peek down here and let's see. The cabin altitude is climbing at a normal rate. The cabin altitude is 4,000, and the differential pressure is still within normal limits. Normally, the differential pressure through 10 is like a third of the way up, and through 18, it's like 2/3 of the way up, and then at cruise, it's like right up under the yellow and red marks there. So far, so good. Everything's working well with our pressurization.
Delta 1112, meeting best forward speaking number 1 to the airport.
Aw, look at that.
And Center American 999.
Beautiful Christmas tree over top of the dome there. There's without, and there's with. What are we adding the beads to? The plane?
Bravo, Golf 1, have a good night.
Alright, Bravo, Golf.
Kenny, what are you adding the beads to? The aircraft? We can do that. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your request. Yep, the plane? Okay. All right, Kenny. We got that chewing on that. Anybody else wants to get in on our slant artwork adventure? It's the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. You can cash in 500 of those points, and that puts you in the queue to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure.
Golf Sierra 29, number 699.
Yeah, I'd say that hits the mark. What do you think? Nicely done, Kenny. Nicely done. Alright, very nice. Again, if you want to get in on that, 500 Twitch channel points, aka alphabet points, at the bottom of the chat panel. You click on the button next to the little alphabet serial icon, and that allows you to cash in 500 of those points. And then when it's your turn, when I yell out for you, let me know what you'd like to add to or modify with our image. Beautifully done so far, guys. You guys are killing it as always.
Houston Center, Spirit 1745, looking for our clearance here for Alamo. Center International headed to Atlanta at 5.
All right, let us,
Spirit Wing 745.
as we're getting ready to come up through 18,000, we're switching from a locally assigned altimeter setting to the standard altimeter setting, 2992. So we'll spin that down on all three gauges.
Hartsfield Airport, as filed. On departure, maintain 10,000. Expect flight level 370, 10 minutes after departure. Departure
That's set 2992. Yep, okay. And then as we're almost up through 18, let's just go ahead and do another cabin pressure check. Still climbing at a normal pace. Cabin altitude now 6,000 and climbing. And differential pressure still about now 2/3 of the way up. Like I said, 1/3 about 10, 2/3 about 18, and then 3/3, aka all the way up underneath the red and yellow mark when we get up to cruise. So what is the target cabin altitude? I didn't even really check. Let's pop up here. Target cabin altitude is going to be pretty much 7,000 feet. On the inner scale, 27, that's what we're going to cruise at, and then the outer scale, 7,000. That's going to be the perceived cabin altitude based on the air density in the cabin. And so that's what we're measuring there. That's what we're measuring there. So cabin altitude's almost up to 7, so that's going to be leveling off there in a moment. But then the differential pressure will come up the rest of the way to the red and yellow marks as we continue up to our cruise.
Delta 2099, ATIS, let's see, Sierra, this turn intercontinental, you can expect ILS 26 left. Sierra is current and 26 right for the ILS.
Again, no published event
Now
tonight.
it's going to set you up for 26 left to stay to the taxi, but if you want the right, I can give it to you. Just let me know.
But we do have
No, we'll take the left. Thank you, Delta 2099. All right, let's plan on that.
we do have Jacksonville Center online, and we've got Orlando Tower online. So we've got some air traffic control coverage. Of course, we got Houston Center that we're listening to now. So we've got some air traffic control coverage throughout the evening so far, and then we'll see what of that we keep as we make our way to Orlando, and then we're going to continue down to Cancun, Mexico. Thinking of warmer places. I'm here in the Mid-Atlantic. Nice cold winter months here in the Mid-Atlantic. Although typical of the Mid-Atlantic, it's a flip of the coin any given day, whether it's going to be cold or reasonable. But we're thinking of the warmer places, so we're going to take the plane down to Cancun. We're flying as Piedmont, regional carrier that operates American Eagle flights. Now, American Eagle flights really don't operate these legs. New Orleans to Orlando, Orlando to Cancun, so we wouldn't find an American Eagle flight on that. Of course, we wouldn't find an American Eagle BAe-146, at least not these days. But heck, we love this plane so much, we're willing to bend reality a little bit. Howdy from Mirgan 1573. Howdy indeed. So we got our slants artwork adventure so far. We've got the BAe-146 just climbing out of New Orleans with the Superdome right there in the background. Again, I'm not sure this is all geographically accurate. Certainly not right next to the airport, but heck, why not, you know, just for the sake of artistic license. We got the BAe-146 climbing out past the Superdome. We added a Christmas tree to the top of the Superdome, and then we added some Mardi Gras beads to the aircraft. So if you want to make a modification or addition to that image, go ahead and cash in. Yeah, no, I was stepping through the progression there, AJ. But yeah, you want to make a modification request to that image, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka Alphabet's points there at the bottom of the chat panel, and let me know once I call your name what you'd like to add to or modify in our slant artwork adventure. Yeah, I think it's fun, AJ, to kind of step through the process. Like, okay, here's where we started, and then we added this, and then we added this, and then we added this, and then we added this. So a lot of times I'll show the current image, but a lot of times for those who are joining the stream late, I like to kind of go back and show how it worked up to where it is now so that people kind of understand what we're doing. I mean, well, understand is probably a generous term, but you guys know what I mean. Can follow along with the insanity, at least. Now look at Mirgan with the follow. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate that. Hope that you'll stop back and see us on a normal show schedule. Oh, can he put another request in for some antlers on the aircraft? Now you put that in twice. I'm going to cancel the second one and accept the first one, so you only get deducted once. Oh, you put in two on purpose. Okay, put the second one back in then. Put the second one back in. Well, I'll tell you what, don't put the second one back in. We'll do it as one modification.
First, 682, 1,500 for 5,000.
Southwest 682, Houston Center, Roger, climb and maintain, are you radar contact? Climb and maintain flight level 360.
360, Southwest 682.
And Southwest 682, go direct to, let's make it Junction, Juliet Charlie Tango.
Yeah, no worries, I got plenty of points. Fair enough. Fair enough, I know you do. You probably have the most of anybody watching right now. That's probably not even a close contest.
Delta 1112, wind 200 at 5, runway 20, clear to land.
R6 Chavez is back with us, R6. Good to see you. Anyway, so as I was saying, Mirgan, yeah, we're on typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. The full show schedule is down underneath the About tab, and it's also over on 100 million points. It's also on our Discord server. The Discord one goes all the way out to the end of January. But anyway, if you want to see what we're going to be up to, you can check in over there on the About tab underneath the window here, or over on our Discord, a more complete version. There are occasions where I have to switch up the schedule due to work or personal obligations, so if there's days that I won't be on, or days that I will be on unexpectedly, I mark those. And then I try and give you a heads up as to what we're going to be doing. This is more a flying stream than an air traffic control stream, but we do a mix of both. I am an S3 rated, which is an approach and departure rated controller within the Washington Air TCC and VAT USA, so I do a fair amount of VATSIM air traffic control on the channel as well, and we fly a mix of general aviation, single-engine piston type stuff. We do vintage business jet, we do vintage airliner like today, and then we occasionally will bust out a modern airliner once in a while as well.
Houston Center, sure, 1745,
Kenny's down to 55.8 because I put so many in that last raffle. Yeah, you burned through quite a few, didn't you? Bed Dave 50K. Wow. I didn't realize you had piled up so many. All right, Kenny. Well, it did a good job with that request. We got the antlers in the nose. So, yep. So far, so good. So far, the image is going just as I expected.
Taxi via Alpha Bravo Bravo 2, straight wing 45.
So there you go. R6, when are we controlling Potomac next? Good question. So, New Year's Day. New Year's Day, I haven't. That's just going to be kind of grab as you go. Oh, AJ is starting S1 up in Toronto as well. Nice. Very cool. So New Year's Day is going to be a grab as you go in terms of where we control. There's not a published event that day, R6. But I have been kind of steering myself. Of course, we've been doing Raleigh approach as well for quite a bit. I haven't done as much of that. So I don't know if I'll be on Raleigh or I'll be on Chesapeake on January 1st. I guess we'll kind of play it by ear. But one or the other. And then again with the published events, we got 2 ATC streams in a row. January 14th, what they call Winter Capital Handoff, which is going to be a crossfire between DCA and Raleigh. I'm going to try and grab Raleigh for that one. And then January 16th, Atlanta has their Honoring the Dream event featuring Atlanta Hartsfield. I'm going to try and grab Chesapeake for that. And then toward the end of the month, January 30th, we've got Northeast Corridor FNO. I'll try and grab Chesapeake for that as well. But those positions are assigned by the event team, so I won't know exactly what I've been assigned until those events come. But January 1st, it's going to just depend on mood and who else beats me to the scope on those days. All right, we're in a turn here, so we must have passed that first point, Redfin. Going from Redfin to Nate now, N-A-I-T-E. So yeah, here we are, Redfin to Nate right here. All right, we've reached our cruise altitude. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. I'm going to go ahead and bug Mach 7.1. I'm going to let the speed come up. And then we'll kick it into our turbine gas temp hold of 720. We'll see what 720 does for us. I don't know exactly. It's not an auto throttle. It's not going to hold a specific speed for us, but it'll hold a specific temperature for us. And then we'll just have to see what effect that temperature has on the speed. As a matter of fact, let's start with something more like 740. 750. Yeah, 740. Let's start with 740.
Delta 1424, wind 200 at 5, runway 20, clear to land.
20, clear to land, Delta 1424.
Delta 1112 up in the Nolan, taxi to the gate via Sierra and Golf.
Meantime, let's check on our pressurization. So the cabin altitude sitting right there at 7,000, no longer climbing, and the differential pressure still within the red and yellow marks. So all has worked out perfectly with the cabin pressurization. Okay, speed's starting to come up now. Let's go ahead and flip it into turbine gas temp hold. It's telling me that I need to lower the throttles. See the yellow mark, I'm sorry, the white marks in the top row of buttons. It's telling me that I need to lower the throttles and refresh.
14, contact Jack Center now, 135.902. Have a great night and Happy New Year. We'll see you, man.
3592. Happy New Year to you as well. Piedmont 514, thanks. 3592. Okay, so we said 740. It told us we had to lower the sticks a little bit. We did. And it's now got 740 going across the board, plus or minus a couple. And then let's see, is what's happening with the speed. We'll look at the bubble. We'll look at the ground speed. Yeah, it's still coming up slightly, so we'll leave it where it is for now. And then what did we... 3592. Yeah. Jacksonville Center, Piedmont 5514, 270.
Piedmont 5514, Jack, hello.
Hello. We didn't get a howdy that time, but we got a hello.
1320, Jack, Center, hello.
Hello. Kenny says, yeah, buying that raffle did pay off. Got the mug, drinking hot chocolate, and yeah, indeed. Indeed. Glad that it worked out for you. Sometimes flooding the market works, and oftentimes we have found it does not. But you definitely got it that time. Alright, now we're going to have to watch and make sure that, yeah, it's still kind of drifting up. We might come back over here and knock it back down to 720. Let's just see if it continues. It looks like we've got a little bit of room. Yeah, we got a little bit of room to wiggle now. We can maybe let it creep up to Mach 7.3 if we want to. But we don't want it to creep up too much to where it starts hitting the overspeed warning. Yeah, it's still coming up at a pretty good clip here. Let's go ahead and let's bump it down from 740 down to 720. My first instinct maybe was correct. See these, for these smaller adjustments, it doesn't need you to move the throttles. Basically what this first row of buttons tells you is like, I need the throttles close enough, so you need to move them a little bit. But once you get it close enough, I can fine tune to exactly what you need. So this is kind of like, rough order of magnitude tuning, and then the box does the fine order of magnitude tuning to get exactly the temperature that you've dialed in here. Let's kind of keep an eye on it. Still slightly creeping up.
62 Lima Charlie taxi on the frequency. 2 Lima Charlie. 2 Lima Charlie, pilot's discretion, maintain 5,000, Panama City altimeter 3006. Do you have an approach request in the Panama City?
Alright, and then let's start looking at the pricey arrival. Okay, we know that we're going to be, because see, here's the thing. This UNS1, and what we can do is we can go nav here, and we can go VNav here. So the UNS1 is pretty primitive in terms of its vertical navigation. Now the calculations work beautifully. However, the problem is it doesn't do that calculation. And maybe let's draw a diagram for this. So here's the problem with the UNS1. Let's say at this point you got a constraint of here. At this point you got a constraint of here. At this point you got a constraint of here. And then at this point you got a constraint of here. So the UNS1 is going to descend you to hit these exact things. So that's what the descent path is going to look like with the UNS1. However, a more optimal descent path would be a continuous descent path. So this second one, that means you're going to have to be a little bit higher than the charted lowest possible altitude at that point. You're going to have to be a little bit higher than the charted lowest possible altitude at that point. You're going to have to be a little higher than the lowest charted possible altitude at that point. So in order for the UNS1 to give you good guidance all the way down, you kind of have to do a little math and see, like, what's a continuous angle that's still allowable. Now, there's other issues where at certain points, maybe there's a maximum altitude, and you have to be below there. So you can't just do one continuous descent to the bottom if you're not sure that it's going to meet all of the constraints. So I kind of go point by point and put some numbers into a little spreadsheet that I've made here that allows me to figure out point by point what a nice easy descent would be. So if we start with the point chive, and we have to be 24,000 to 26,000. And then we got 32 miles to the point Dex. We're going to be at 21,000. And then we got 14 miles to the point Bulks, where we need to be between 19,000 and 20,000. And then we got another 26 miles to get to the point Pricey, where we need to be between 13,000 and 16,000. And then after Pricey, we're taking this fork out here. So we're going 5, 10, 19 miles to Ahmad's, where we have to be below 9,000. At or below. And then we got 11 miles to the point Laura, where we have to be at exactly 7,000.
District 1941, taxi to Ramsey, November, Charlie 3, good night.
So let me show you kind of how I chart this up. So like I said, a modern FMC is going to do all of this, what we'll call path smoothing for you. It's going to do it automatically. It's going to calculate an optimal path that will keep you the most fuel efficient possible, which keeps you highest as long as you can. Also, it avoids periods of leveling off. So it comes up with as continuous a descent as possible, as late as possible. That's the most economical way to do this. But you can see if we follow the lowest altitudes, which is what the UNS-1 is doing, we're going to have a pretty inconsistent descent. We're going to have to descend 94 feet per mile at first, but then we're going to have to descend a lot faster. Then we're going to have to descend a lot faster, but then less fast and then less fast. Whereas if we're going to descend continuously from that point to this point, we were going to aim for 167 feet per mile all the way down if we can. So let's say we're going to start at 26,000 then. So now we're aiming for 186 feet per mile all the way down.
Could you check the level 627, climbing to 10,100 to 16,000?
Well, I don't want to, I can't raise that anymore. What do we do with 8,000 there?
2147, cross is the maintain flight level 290. Maintain bus forward speed or greater.
Yeah, so then 182 to that last.
Maintain bus forward speed until the transition.
And then 14,000, that's going to make that one higher. So 13,000 actually is going to work. In this case, it might be that the lowest altitudes are really the best we can do. See, because if I raise this, that's going to make this descent even worse. So yeah, it seems to be the case that in this descent, that's just the best you can do.
November 49er crosses the maintain flight level 290. Say Mach number.
The only thing I've changed is I think instead of chive at 24, we want chive at 26. And from there down, it's just as uniform as we can possibly make it. So oh well. It is what it is. Alright, so we'll make that one change. We'll put chive at 26 rather than 24.
Mach 0.75 or less until the transition. Total 419 to set of maintain flight level 350.
But hopefully you got the idea of what I was trying to go for there. Just in this case, it just doesn't pay off to change a lot. Other cases we have found that it definitely does. You know, again, your goal is to stay as high as possible, as late as possible, but even more important than that is a continuous descent rather than one where you have to level off a lot. Now, some of these descents, because of the airspace that they're weaving through, you got no choice. In some cases, you have to just level off for segments because the constraints don't give you any choice. But anyway, let's change this one so it says chive at 26,000. Enter, and that's target vertical speed of 2,000. And so we got 193 miles to the top of descent. And then it'll tell us, so right now it doesn't want us to descend at all in order to reach 26 or above. But as we get closer to that, and of course the difference is only a couple of miles there, because we're at 27 and the first constraint's 26. So it's only going to start counting up when we get really, really close to it. But from there on, it will continue to tell us right here in this line what our vertical speed needs to be in order to fly the profile that we've programmed in here. Does this thing have to step climb at higher altitudes? It's very underpowered. So if it's heavy, yes, it does need to step climb. The other thing, though, is that the real BAe-146 was never RVSM certified. Even though technically it meets the equipment requirements, the aircraft was never certified to fly in RVSM. So I typically don't cruise any higher than 27,000 feet. And, of course, pressurization-wise, the max it can do is about 31,000 feet. So yeah, it's not a super high performance aircraft and doesn't have a super high performance pressurization system. So 31 is about the highest it can do, but regulatorily I go ahead and simulate that it's not RVSM certified, and so I cap it at 27 or 28 really. RVSM starts at 290. So you have to maintain at least 1,000 foot separated from 300. But if you're not RVSM capable, you need to keep 2,000 foot separation from 300, meaning your maximum cruise altitude is 280, And so that's what I honor in this aircraft. So 270 is my highest eastbound cruise, and 280 is my highest westbound cruise. And it can attain those. Again, it's a very underpowered aircraft, but it can attain those. Climb performance tends to decay pretty steeply as you get close to those. All right, friends. Anybody else getting in on our slant artwork adventure? I have an idea. I might add a little something to it if no one wants to right now. But this is our slant artwork adventure. This is our current version of the project for today. And again, it's 500 Twitch channel points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the button that tells you how many you have. You can click on that to cash in 500 and get in the queue to modify or add to our project. R6 Chavez wants to get in on that. Go ahead and let me know what you'd like to do. But we started with this. We added the Christmas tree on top of the dome. We added the beads. And then we added the antlers and those. So R6, let me know what you'd like to do. I've got an idea or two as well. But R6, let me know what you... Red and green livery, okay.
November 0 Bravo Delta, descend and maintain flight level 380.
0 Bravo Delta down to 380.
Alright, we're chewing on that. Yeah, I got you. I knew what you meant. Chewing on that, and then anybody else wants to get in on that action, again, 500 Twitch channel points. You cash in at the bottom of the chat panel. And then that puts you in the queue, and then when it's your turn, I'll shout out for you. And you can let me know how you'd like to modify. We're still a little bit too far to receive this natively, but let's just see if we can get an KMSY-KMCO ATIS or... Okay. So I didn't know if it had a separate departure. Like Tampa here, they have a separate departure and arrival ATIS there. I didn't know if Orlando did or not, but it doesn't seem to.
Yeah, 119.37.
3008. And they are doing 35 right and 36 left.
419 contact Atlanta 119.37. Happy New Year. 119.37. Happy New Year.
Okay. So we've got information Lima. Okay, R6, it did it, but it also did something funny. I'll show you. So it changed the aircraft to red and green. It also changed something else to red and green. So that's weird. Special holiday lighting on the Superdome. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Radio 158 instead of main.
You know, again, look, we're leaving anything we don't specify. Yeah, it looks like the massive Christmas tree skirting, right? Yeah, exactly. Anything we don't specify, we're basically leaving up to ChatGPT's interpretation. Or sometimes that involves me dressed as Santa having 3 arms, but you know. Who are we to be picky?
Jacksonville Center, good evening, Delta 6498, rear flight level 300, climbing flight level 380, we're just doing a slow climb here, we low fire speed.
Little 6498 Jack, Raj, no problem. Welcome. Jack, level 2331, level 15, direct back, please. Hello, 2331 Jack Center, climb maintain, flight level 490 for direction of flight, that'll be your final. Taking the level 2 for Delta 2231. Flight level 290. Alright, up to level 290, Delta 2331.
I know. Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun little creative interpretation that gave us there. And I haven't really been super closely monitoring the airspeed, but it looks like it has settled in quite nicely to this 455 over the ground. This Mach 7. What are we going to call that? Mach 7 Mach 7.35-ish. So that's not bad. That's not a bad speed in this aircraft.
American 2084 Jack, hello. Piedmont 5514, contact 90-132.2.
32-2, Piedmont 5514. We'll see you.
See ya.
See ya.
Center 2, Charlie, clear about 6 on pop-up.
Kilo Charlie, welcome to Panama City, taxi Delta to ramp. Iggy, Piedmont 5514,
Miami Center, Piedmont 5514, level 270.
Piedmont 5514, Miami approach, attended by the price for automatic landing north altimeter 3008.
At 3008, pricey 4, landing north, will descend via Piedmont 5514. Okay, now he's given us that pretty early, but that does mean that we get up to that point chive, we need to be at 260. And then we've got to meet all the rest of these constraints on the way down. So landing north, that means he's telling us we're going to take this fork, and that means that this descend via clearance that we just got allows us to go all the way down to 7,000 feet. Okay? So that descent instruction that we just got allows us to go 7,000 feet. It doesn't mean we have to start now. We can start in 120 miles, 119 miles, whatever our preference is. As a matter of fact, given that it's that long until we start down, when you get a descend via clearance and you're not starting down right away, it's kind of considered courteous to check back in and let them know when you start, when you're about to leave that altitude. So actually, by the letter of the law, it's mandatory, although these days a lot of controllers kind of don't expect you to do it. But since it's 120 miles after we're given the command that we're going to start that descent, I will check back in and just kind of remind them that we are doing that. And that just makes sure that we're cleared to descent. I'm guilty of not telling. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, Kenny, I don't either. If we're going to start down pretty immediately thereafter, just rock and roll. And a lot of times, even if it is a great distance, it's not common to actually report that anymore. Letter of the law says it's mandatory, so I temper that by saying, okay, well, if we're going to start pretty immediately, I'm not going to bother with it. But if it is going to be a significant distance, then when we do start that descent, I will check back in and just remind them that we are. We got the rate coming in from Be the Gamer. Be the Gamer, thanks very kindly. Appreciate the continued support of the channel. Good to see you back here. Merry Christmas, if applicable, and Happy New Year. I guess also if applicable, right? Anyway, so as I was saying, that clearance, descend via the pricey 4 landing north, that just now gave us permission to go down to 7,000 feet. Now, I'm not going to arm that just yet, because I'm not going to actually leave our current altitude just yet. We're going to leave it in altitude hold mode for now. But we'll just know that when we do start down, 7,000 feet is what we've been cleared to. Now, he also said Orlando altimeter 3005, I think is what he said. Oh, 3008. So just as a reminder of the local altimeter that we were just given, I'm going to set that here in the standby altimeter. Obviously, we're flying off of this one, and this one's going to look wonky in the meantime. But then when we descend through 18, I'll just be able to glance down there and go, oh yeah, 3008, rather than having to find the scrap of paper in the cockpit where I jotted it down. We'll just be able to glance down there. So that standby altimeter, you know, it'll just look wonky in the meantime. Nice little mnemonic device there. If you don't have, like, we're not in the 737 new generation where you have the pre-armed local altimeter, you can just pop it over to one touch. So this is next best thing. It allows you to kind of have a reminder for it right there.
Flex 1 heavy contact, Miami approach 126.85. Spring 491 contact, Miami approach 126.85. American 545 cross Canoa.
And if you're just joining us, by the way, whether you came over from the raid or whether you are just joining us in other means, we have resurrected our slant artwork adventure. This is an activity we tried about a year and a half ago, but it's working a lot better now. We just brought it back within the last month, I think. We started at the beginning of December, right? So we just brought this one back at the beginning of the month. And what we do is we take an image description that represents what we're doing that day. We feed it into ChatGPT. And then you guys have the opportunity to make suggestions to add to that description or modify that description. It does require that you cash in 500 of our Twitch channel points, aka our alphabets points. So at the bottom of the chat panel, you got the alphabets points, you got the alphabet serial icon, you got the button next to that tells you how many you have. If you click on that, you get the option to cash in 500 of them, and when you do that, you're in our queue to participate in our slant artwork adventure. When I call your name, then you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify the image. Alright, so here's the image as it stands now. We got the, I tell you what, here's the image as it stands now. Oh, I'm going to have to come up with a, I'm going to have to come up with a picture of her, Kenny. I'll have to see if I can find a picture of her to feed in ChatGPT as a reference. I'll do that, though. So here's where it stands now. Kid in elf costume? Okay. Alright, very good. Here's where it started. Just a BAe-146 climbing out near the New Orleans Superdome. We then put a Christmas tree on top of the dome. We put Mardi Gras beads on the aircraft. We put antlers and a red nose on the plane. We changed the plane. Changed the plane to red and green, but also somehow we changed the Superdome to red and green. This is what we asked it to do. This was kind of an unintended side effect. So there we go. All right, so Kenny, you're gonna have to bear with me. I gotta find an image of her.
Miami Center Airshare 243, we're back. Sorry about the extended delay. Roger.
And then in the meantime, I do need to 72 miles to top of the set here.
American 101 Miami Center, climb and maintain follow.
All right, let me get a. I gotta go to our memes, alpha memes list.
American 3317, runway 10 left, taxi via Bravo Charlie, crossing the 14 Charlie. American 545, contact about antenna 124.55.
The Flyer Studios, Merry Chrysler, and Happy New Beer. Well, I'm not a beer guy, but we are running a little Richard Peak tonight. So cheers to you. Good to see you. And likewise. Okay.
Miami Center, November 7, Charlie Echo, 10.8, climbing 16 south.
November 700 Charlie Echo, Miami Center, climb and maintain flight level 430.
Flight level 430, 700 Charlie Echo.
The tower 631, that'd be North Flight ATC, change your advice, it's called 2000 feet.
Oh, I spelled her name wrong. That's okay. ChatGPT doesn't really need to know her name.
I'm making it 5100.
Alright, Kenny, it's working on that. It's working on that. Anybody else wants to get into the activity, please feel free to throw in a chunk of 500 Twitch channel points, aka alphabets points, and that'll get you in the queue to add to or modify that image. All right, very good. Jeffrey B. with the resubscription, 3 years. Well, that's a Merry Christmas to both of us, my friend. Thank you very kindly for the continued support of the channel.
Delta 1388, contact Miami approach 126.85.
126.85.
Okay. Well, it did it. And she's actually very pretty in the costume. Oh, wow. Jeffrey, yeah, you're right. So the message, the way it popped up for me said 36 months at Tier 1, they've been subscribed for 65 months. Okay, yeah. So it must be 36 consecutive and 65 total. Weird, unless you were at a higher tier. But yeah, 65 months. Yeah, indeed. That's almost 5.5 years. So I glanced at that and I missed that. Yeah, okay, so the... we kind of lost a little continuity on our image here. Yeah, that math was definitely not mathing. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys. My apologies. My apologies. All right, we've still got 40 miles to our top of the descent. I got distracted. By Freckles. So, yeah, no math involved, please. Thank you. So she's placing the star on the Christmas tree, but now that we've got the picture of the aircraft has been obliterated. So I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, and she's got a wedding ring on. Oh my goodness, guys. She's got a wedding ring on. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that either.
American 101 Miami. Lufthansa 462 Alpha, contact Miami approach 126.85. Lufthansa 462 Alpha, contact Miami approach 126.85. Lufthansa 462 Alpha, Miami City. Delta 103, descend by the Bonefish Rear arrival exit, maintain 16,000, Miami landing east altimeter 3008. Delta 104 Miami.
Delta 104.
Delta 104.
Alright, we'll see if we can do that.
Arrival exit, maintain 16,000, Miami landing east altimeter 3008.
We'll see if we can undo that, and then I'll see if I can put her back. I'll see if I can put her on top of the Superdome. We'll see. We'll see. We might have to regenerate the image from a fresh description when we get down in Orlando. We'll see what happens.
The wind calm, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff. Martin 247, descend via the Fox 4, Miami landing east, altimeter 3008. Via Fox 4, altimeter 3008, African 2.
Oh, it did it. It did it. Okay, now let me see if I can reword that modification request.
I'm going to maintain flight level 350. Riptide 92, contact Jacksonville Center 135.92. Riptide 92, Miami Center. Center, Jupiter 39, you climb 216,000, direct altitude. Jupiter 1399, Miami Center, climb and maintain flight level 340. 340, Jupiter 1399.
All right, Kenny. We'll see if what I just did will fix it. We'll see if what I just did will fix it. That'll be the last one for now. Though we're 13 miles from top of the descent. Let's go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs on.
Record 2299. What did you see? Change advisory.
Information Alpha 3008.
Miami Center Air Share 243. Are we able to get vectors into Pine K?
21. So what's the temperature there? Is right about 70 degrees. Light winds and clear skies.
Flight level 200. Flight discretion 200. Air Share 243.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we ask you to return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we're just getting ready to start our descent into Orlando. Weather there is showing clear skies, light winds, and about 70 degrees. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs, and we expect to be on the ground in about 30 minutes. We'll see you safely down there, and thanks again for flying along with us on American Eagle Airlines.
May we know, just for planning purposes, what arrival and runway are we expecting, please?
Triple 564 descend via the both progress to your arrival.
Okay, so we are going to arm the selected altitude. And put that into descent mode. And I'm just going to put that into sync.
November 125 Delta Zulu 3.9 climbing 6,000 on the Gandy 8. November 125 Delta Zulu Miami Center radar contact Mr. Dark Sabi climb and maintain flight level 230. Climb maintain flight level 230 direct Sabi citation 5 Delta Zulu.
Okay, if I can get a word in, I'll let him know. Oh, this is better. This is better.
Reckon 3317 radar contact.
Yeah, there we go. Now she's in the background putting the start up there, and I can't see if they put a wedding ring on her again. That got me a little annoyed. But there she is, putting the star on top of the tree. So that worked better. Good, good, good. We were able to salvage that. Landing altitude is 100 or thereabouts. So we'll L's are small. How does ChatGPT not know that? Yeah, obviously a little bit of creative interpretation there on the scale. I think it really was trying to keep her scale so that she was discernible. Otherwise, if she's too far in the distance, you would never be able to tell it was her. So that's fine. I mean, you know, obviously, like I said, it's going to do some artistic interpretation on what we do no matter what. Alright, so we want to
November 511 Echo, my contact, Miami approach.
shallow the descent here a little bit by adding just a little bit of power back in to hit decks at or above 21,000. 210. And we're descending at 290. We can maybe slow it to 280. So let's
Miami Center, Airstrip 243.
let's hold the vertical speed.
My dispatcher messed up. We were supposed to get a Providencialis, not Pine K. Because I'm looking at my charts now, I'm just realizing that those are two completely separate airports. Airstrip 243, roger. Descend maintain.
I love that phrasing. My dispatcher messed up. Well, you are your dispatcher in VATSIM, so. But that's a fun way to put it. Coming right over Tampa and St. Petersburg here, by the way.
QNH 1017, descend and maintain 10,000, Airstrip 243. Thank you much.
Alright, now we'll add some throttle back in. So we've now captured the 280 knots a bit better. And we want to be descending at about 1,400 feet per, maybe 1,500 feet per minute. Alright, so landing altitude, fasten seatbelts. We did the announcement. And then, yeah, pretty much the approach briefing at this point. We don't really know for sure. We're assuming 3-6 left, but we don't really know that. Could be 3-5 right, so I guess I'll get that chart up in front of me just in case.
American 2238 firm.
Jeffrey says one of the things I found that's almost never the pilot's fault is the pushback tugs or the dispatchers or the autopilot or the FMS or the gyro compass. Indeed.
American 247 contact Miami approach 126.85.
And Kenny says I should start blaming my Rio. Well, F-16 is typically single crew, by the way.
Delta 104 contact Miami approach 126.85.
But I like the sentiment. I like where your mind is at. So we want to descend at 1150 in order to achieve that next constraint. So we want to put just a touch of power back in to shallow the descent just ever so slightly. Coming up on bulks, 12 miles to bulks, and we need to be at 19 or above. So another 2,000 to lose between now and there. Okay, we're doing it a good. Oh, it is. So now, are you saying that just in rebuttal, or is that actually true that what you have modeled is the two-seater? Because it's a great rebuttal either way. But if it is actually the two-seat trainer that is modeled, then that's funny. Oh, okay. No, I believe you. I believe you. I was just curious as to whether that was banter or whether that was fact. That's pretty funny, though. I mean, you're free to post a picture of it if you want, but I do believe you. It was a brilliant retort either way, but the fact that it is actually modeled as a two-seater makes it even funnier.
Piedmont 5514, contact Jacksonville 135.92.
3592, Piedmont 5514, thanks.
Emerson would have it. I don't know if it's normal, but on my charts I see no.
Price before
limit.
landing north.
No idea. Roads Express 150, contact Bobby Center 132.2.
32.2, good night.
Okay, so price at 13. Jacksonville Center, Piedmont 5514 is 190 via the price before north.
Piedmont 5514, Jack Center, altimeter 3009er at Laura, cleared ILS, runway 36 left approach.
Alright, 3009er and then at Laura, cleared ILS, runway 36 left approach, Piedmont 5514. Alright, that's cool. That gives us, first of all, because that is exactly what we put in.
Yes, your request. I just got called in over time for real world MPI approach straight on. Anything you could expedite for getting land.
But that means, like, we've got it put in from that right at the end of the star, Laura. We just joined that automatically, and that's what we got put in, and we don't even need any vectoring. We're clear to just do that.
American 2837, radar contact altitude.
So that also means, I'll tell you what, let's do a couple things. We're coming through 18, let's put it on 3009er across the board. Let's check on our descent path adherence.
Cross 80, out of maintain 1000. Tampa altimeter 3011.
Cross main.
19, okay, it wants us
Cross 80, out of maintain 1000. Tampa altimeter.
Wants us at a much steeper descent rate at this point to make that pricey at 13. So I'm going to pull some.
Little 1538 cross 80, out of maintain 1000.
Yeah, that was an interesting transmission. AJ points out. Yeah, with the one pilot was like, "Hey, I just got called in the control for real. Is there anything we can do to expedite my arrival?" And that's tricky because if you're flying into a major event, you're really not supposed to ask for priority handling. You're really not supposed to ask for priority handling anywhere on VATSIM. But if you need to expedite the end of your flight, I guess what you can do, instead of being cleared in priority, well, you can divert to somewhere nearby that's not well populated. Yeah, you can ask, right? But the problem is if you grant it for one, then people start getting the idea that controllers will do it. You know what I mean? So you have to be careful how you grant that. The way to do it would be like, okay, where's the closest place I can land sooner? And so you get yanked out of the stream for the event airport maybe and land somewhere else so you can end your flight sooner, but you can still end your flight rather than just disconnecting.
1004, Roger, cross like 36, run on Juliet, taxi to Side 2 via Juliet, good night.
But yeah, you're really not supposed to get priority handling into an event for sure. Anyway, let's start getting set up for our approach. We've been assigned 36 left, so bear with me if I'm not terribly chat interactive for a moment while we get set up for this. 111-9er.
Yeah. Delta 76, 790 on the frequency.
Yeah, they sent it back.
They sent you back. Roger.
111-9er and 005.
Correct. Atlanta 132.907.
If we go missed, it's
Piedmont 5181, wind 2607, wing 28, clear to land.
Orlando 248.
Number reserve up at Alpha, turn left heading 200.
Okay, and we would need to track it out to 248 to get there. So 112.2 and 248.
Bravo Delta, turn left heading 200.
Left 2000 Bravo Delta.
112.2.
1823, contact Houston
248 would be this way.
132.77 decimal. Any questions when you hop in here? Happy New Year. Contact 1320, contact Atlanta 132.907.
132.907.
Okay, so now we're going to, we just passed 13 at whatever that point was, so now we're going to Ahmad's at 9. So So we need to shallow the descent to about 1250.
Total 2147, exit right on a Yankee. And,
minimums for straight in, 200 above ground level, 293 overall. I'm going to set it to 300 just to be on the safe side. We are landing on airside 4. We are parking at airside 4.
Emerson will have you confirm 11,000 medic.
Hey, firm.
Okay, missed approach is going to be a slight left and then a hard left. 500 and then 3,000. 500 and then 3,000.
Approach runway 36 left.
We're going to watch speeds here.
1319, are you on course there? Looks like you made a right turn there.
250 at pricey. So let's get down to 250 knots.
3326, contact Miami 132.2.
132.2,
And for Phil, it's 1319. Can I climb flat over 320?
Scale 1319, climb maintain flight level 320.
320, tower 1319.
Alright, let's work on getting the aircraft set up for arrival. APU. Let's get the AC and PTU on. We'll get everything transferred in terms of the bleeds over to the APU. That'll give us a little bit more power in case we need a go around. We're coming down through 10,000. We can get the forward facing lights on. We'll do the V-speeds when we're a little closer. 2306 is the wind, so it is going to be a left to right, so we'll crab over to the left. And there's going to be a right-hand turn off. Okay, Ahmad's at 9,000.
Level 211, contact Miami Center 132.2.
Over to Miami Center, have a good night.
Yep. Emirates 901, contact Miami Center 132.2.
132.2, stay safe if you guys are on the East Coast.
See ya.
Okay, and then we're not going to get vectors, so let's go vectors. Let's see, direct to 17. Enter.
American 1543.
Alright, we want to shallow up the descent.
Currently, sorry, PDC, you're up on Pensacola, sorry. American 1543, clear to the Fort Worth Airport as filed, maintained at 3,000. Expect flight level 320, 10 minutes after departure this frequency.
Alright, friends, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you meet a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one's going to be pulled on New Year's Day, and then toward the end of the month, every month thereafter.
43, read back correct on my input of parts for advisory taxing.
Yeah, I think coming up on Laura.
Let's step away for about 10 minutes.
FedEx 221, contact Miami 132.2. You can make the request with them.
Yeah, we do need to get down to 210 knots.
132.2, FedEx 221, happy holidays.
And then after
Happy
Laura.
Total 1538, contact Miami 132.2.
132.2, double 1538, happy holidays.
Level 2386, contact Miami 132.2.
United Airlines is 150,250.
That is zero weight check, center, climb, maintain, flight level 340, that's your final.
And 250, that's our final for 808.
After Laura,
340, sorry
we're
about
cleared for the approach. 210 knots, and now speeds are at discretion, so we can slow it even further if we want. Let's go ahead and get the V speeds for a
49er, welcome to Orlando, taxi Alpha ramp.
flaps 30 landing.
Happy New Year.
Alright, let's add some power back in. We don't need to fall out of the sky just yet.
Got a break Bravo Delta, 50 miles from Worley, clear direct Worley, cross Worley at 3,000, cleared ILS, runway 27 approach.
Zero Bravo Delta, turn direct Worley, clear the ILS 27 approach, Zero Bravo Delta.
American 2486, you on the frequency?
And Delta 1587 radio, sir.
Little 1587 check, 5
Okay, a little bit of a brief issue there as I forgot to lower the altitude. $14.4, we can be at 4,000. Continuous ignition, cabin crew. Let's get the I didn't ever finish getting the APU transferred over. Okay, all that's done. Continuous ignition. Okay, we're good. 14.4, we can be at 4,000, so we got another 1,000 we can lose here.
324 Jack, hello.
And then we'll join the approach.
Jack, the 7 Brick 643 road protection.
I do have the runway in sight up here as well.
American 1543, you're calling for taxi? American 1543, runway 8, taxi at Bravo.
Roger, 85 Bravo, American 43.
Jack, again with 1251, heavy flight level 310.
That's 1251 Jack, hello. Total 2125, just to maintain 3,000.
You did the maintain 3,000, take that spinning to the back.
Localizer armed.
Total 324, how
Localizer captured. Line slope captured. Speed check below 205, select gear down.
Alright.
Correction, Blue Streak 5191, welcome to Savannah, taxi to ramp via Echo Fox.
We've got it in my airplane.
Piedmont 5514, the Orlando winds 2907, runway 36 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 36 left, Piedmont 5514.
Total 2125, traffic to Bottom on the visual, 9 o'clock, 5 miles northbound, Bravo 462, 3.7 descending on the ILS report site.
Yep, what do you say?
Total 2125, roger, descend and maintain 2,000, then maintain 180 knots.
You said the maintain 2,000, keep it 180 knots, take that spinning to the back.
Scale 1319, descend via the side of 3 arrival, Orlando altimeter 3009er.
Tell us if you're going to get descended by the sniper 3.
Okay. We're 10 miles out. Yeah, still a little early to get slowed to final here.
Established on the ILS.
And we'll keep some throttle in. We got one more notch of flaps to go for landing flaps as well. Keep the predictions coming, guys. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We know that we mean a descent rate either way.
Jacksonville, American 643, hold short runway 8.
American 1543, flight runway.
And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which will draw on New Year's Day.
Reserve Bravo Delta.
Traffic.
Runway 27, clear to land.
Runway 27, clear to land, 0 Bravo Delta.
Giant 1251, cross bogey at a maintain 13,000, Jack Delta
Okay, we're
3004.
still 7 out.
1
to 3,000, 13,000.
13,000, yeah.
Delta 2125, turn left heading 080 on the roll, airport 9 o'clock, 10 miles, report in sight.
Turn left heading 080. Report to wind, airport inside, Delta 75.
United 808, Miami Center closed, frequency change approved.
Frequency for United 808, yeah, good night.
Delta 147, Miami Center closed, frequency change approved.
One more notch of flaps in, and then we're going to get down to final approach speed, which we're getting close to now. 5 miles out, so let's go.
Delta 2125, turn left heading 020, 136 left localizer.
Okay, gears down in green, landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach altitude 3,000 set. Left turn if we have straight to 5, left to 3 if we go missed, and a right hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Okay, glide's looking good, localizer's looking good, speed's looking good. Last call for the predictions.
Delta 2125, clear visual approach, runway 36 left. Runway 36 left, clear to land. Wind at 290 at 7.
Plus 100.
American 1543, radar contact altitude.
Minimums.
Oh, all of a sudden getting a real stiff cross to the left here. Crazy.
American 1543, radar contact altitude.
Sorry about that. Max is 1,600 right now. American
50.
1543.
American 1543, clear direct Harry, climb maintain, flight level 320.
Clear direct Harry, climb maintain 320, American 1543.
10.
Lieutenant, hello, American 325.
Alright, fighting. Ooh. What is up with that, like, crosswind? It's bizarre.
American 325, Jack Center, IDOT.
Oh, let's go to ground idle. Yeah. Almost forget that.
American 325, Jack Center, radar contact, climb maintain, flight level 270. That'll be your final for direction.
Yeah, so I felt good about the overall execution. The shifting crosswinds were bizarre based on what was reported.
Piedmont 5514, welcome to Orlando. Where are you parking?
Airside 4 would be good for us. Piedmont 5514.
Piedmont 5514, roger. Taxi to Airside 4 via Juliet Golf, Hotel 3, cross runway 36 right at Juliet. Have a happy New Year.
Juliet Golf, Hotel 3, cross 36 right. Happy New Year to you, Piedmont 5514. Okay, so we're on Juliet.
Shell Aircraft Jack Center is going to be closing in 9 minutes.
Jack Center, American 2386, how do you do, Mr. Handoff?
Okay, so we got spoilers to stow, we got flaps to stow.
American 2386, I'm sorry, second.
Where are we meant to be handed off?
Flight director's off, we can get
American
the
2386, you're going to be handed off to Miami, then they also have towards...
landing lights off, taxi lights on. Strobe lights, well, strobe lights we'll keep on because we're crossing a runway here, so we'll keep those on for just one more second. Turn off lights we can turn off, as appropriately named. Yeah, really bizarre how the sim was rendering these vicious crosswinds out of nowhere. So I wouldn't call my performance relation to the crosswind stellar. Overall, the approach and landing was reasonably well executed, if not perfect. I don't think I would have passed a check ride, but kept it on pavement, I guess.
Jackson Center, Transit 651, were you cleared for the approach? We never got anything.
Transit 651 is set to maintain 3000.
We have like a rut coming up here. Is this going to be crossable?
Transit 651.
Are we going to need to like slew over this? What's going on here?
Reports to the Pop-Up Miami Center closed for quick change approved.
Oh, it's some water. A little bit of flooding. Hopefully we'll get over this okay. Hopefully it's not that deep a puddle.
American 9004 Miami Center closed for quick change approved.
Ah!
Frequency change approved for 9.
That's what I was afraid of.
Have a good night. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Thank you.
Have a holiday.
That's okay.
Chetan 315 Miami Center closed for quick change approved. Good night, Avelo 520, correction, Avelo 3.
Good to know the tricks.
No low, flaps.
Change approved, level 324, up to night.
Good night.
Yikes.
Giant Swap 1, contact Jacksonville approach 124.9er.
124.9, Giant Swap 51.
Air Transit 651, turn right heading 270 to set to maintain 2000 on the Royal Airport 3 o'clock.
Remind me not to take this taxiway again. This needs a little work here.
0 and descend 2000, Fort Airport inside, Air Transit 651.
What else can we do on the taxi in?
Dr. 4 landing north, the Charlotte altimeter 30.
Alright, hold on here, guys. Hold on here. Should we just slew across the whole thing, maybe? I'm not even sure.
4, American 2037. Cowboys 13971, we close by the time you get there. Radar service terminated. Monitor.
We'll just be careful. We'll slew if we need to.
Good night, Cowboys 1392.
Obviously, this is not representative of the actual airport. It's a fun roller coaster ride. I guess Orlando's got a lot of roller coasters, and now it's got another one.
300, Air Transit 651.
American 325, I'm closing up. Radar service terminated.
Peyote says that's how the main airport in Cancun looks like, with a question mark. I can't remember. I visited Cancun on World Flight. I can't remember what the situation was there. We're in Orlando right now.
Frequency change approved.
Change approved for American 2837. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, 0 Bravo Delta. Welcome to Jack Edwards. Exit ramp your discretion. Monitor CTAP. Good night.
Ramp my discretion. CTAP. Good night. Happy holidays.
Anyway, let's get the rest of the taxi in.
1543 contact Houston 132.7.
Oh, I should have. So on short final, I should have turned off the thrust management system. So that was one mistake.
Oh yeah, dude. Happy New Year. Air Transit 651.
Dog Pilots here says that's what NASA uses to launch the space shuttle. No, that's a little bit east of here. But yeah, you know, maybe the next generation space shuttle.
Visual pleasure with your iPad and right clear land air Transit 651.
So speed brake and flaps, flight directors, landing and taxi lights, strobe, runway exit lights, and continuous ignition off. I forgot that, I think.
Yankee taxi, Bravo 4 to air.
Weather radar and transponder. Okay, those were the other two items. Does it have a tunnel? No, but it's got bridges. It's got bridges that go over a highway or something there. If you look at the Orlando map.
Air Transit 651, monitor CTAP 124.3. Good night.
I guess it's this here, and whatever it's bridging over was modeled at its native elevation, so oh well.
Aircraft on, I was just about to announce I'm closing. You can monitor CTAP or advisory. All aircraft in Frequency Jack Center is closed, monitor, appropriate advisory.
Lindsay says this taxiway's got more hills in it than all of Orlando, right? Yeah, I know. Reminds me of Maryland east of the Chesapeake Bay. Weather radar was the other one we can do, and then the TA and RA. In the meantime, it sounds like our center controller closed up, so we'll just taxi in here, and then we'll figure out what the common traffic advisory frequency should be for Orlando. Not really worth doing all those mental gymnastics right now. We're almost where we're going, and there's nobody between us and them, so I'm not going to worry about it. Although there is one Spirit there at the airside 4. So we're going to airside 4, the western pier, and the southern southwestern tip. So at this point, the landing rate monitor is showing one of our bounces that we encountered on the taxiway. It's showing 125. The actual number, I think, was 166. I'm going to have to go back into the log and check that. Yeah, 166 was the actual landing. So you guys can start determining who won. I'll go through the guesses here in just a moment, but Hotel 3 is going to be our entry point here for airside 4. And then we're going around to the around to the west side. Gate assignment is 94. Star Wars fans, I chose that deliberately. Why? Alright, well, we had ATC coverage all the way up to our first arrival, which ain't bad. We'll take it. So, at our origin at New Orleans, JustFlight was able to commandeer the Jetway and make it morph to our aircraft. I wonder if it'll be able to do that here as well. It's kind of hard to tell where I'm supposed to be coming in. I guess I'll follow the most brightly painted line, because that's probably the most recently painted line, yes? No, taxi light. Taxi light should have come off. Entering the ramp. So yeah, 166 was our number. Our stats pop-up got corrupted over one of those bounces, over one of those hills, guys, so we'll forgive it. But 166 was indeed the number. How close are we where we need to be for that Jetway? We can pull up some. Alright, let's see what happens with the Jetway. That'll be interesting. JustFlight was able to commandeer the Jetway at New Orleans, even though it was a kind of poorly hacked together add-on. outdated add-on with the missing textures and everything, but it was able to commandeer the Jetway and put it up to the plane. Let's see if we can do that here. That'll be interesting. Brand new update to the JustFlight BAe-146, by the way. All right, let's get the turnaround checklist underway. Then we'll come back and talk about the landing rate raffle winner, and then we'll talk about our slant artwork adventure. All right, so taxi lights came off, parking brake engaged. Let's get the master warning system knob pulled. Let's get the oxygen systems off. Let's get the engine gens off. Let's get pack number 2 off. Let's get the throttles to cut off. Let's just make sure all 4 did go in. They did. We can come up here and get the fasten seatbelt signs off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off. Screen and probe heats can come off. Ice detection switch can come off. And the beacon light can come off on the yoke. Let's come down to the tablet and let's get wheel truck set. Passenger, cargo. Let's reduce that to 5 minutes and start deboarding. Yeah, okay, this is cool. Okay, so this is a new option in the tablet for the BAe-146. But yeah, it just takes command of the nearest jetway and slugs it on up there. That's pretty cool. Alright, so, yeah, and I just set that to 5 minutes just to speed things up. Anyway, while that's happening, we can come up top and we can get the PTU. So, the funny thing, these hydraulic pumps have already shut off because the engines are off, right? But these, the AC pump and the PTU, look, they keep hydraulic pressure in even when the pumps have failed. So that's their exact purpose. But now we've turned those off because we're down here on the ramp. We can depressurize everything. But interesting to watch and see how they work. Brake temps are still coming down. Are the fans still on? Brake fans are on auto, so they should be on. The temps coming down nice and slow, though. We'll set the squawk to 2,000 and back to standby. And let's check our fuel and ETA for leg number 1. And then we'll check on your predictions as well. So I had said we were going to be down at 931, which we've nailed that almost exactly. And then we were supposed to end with 8,600, and then we're supposed to add another 9,300. So let's see how we did with that. Total fuel weight 107. Wow, so we were way more fuel efficient, 107.12. So we don't have to add 9,300, we can add 7,300. So our total fuel that we want, total fuel that we want to start with is ooh, I found an error in my spreadsheet. Total fuel that we want to start with for leg number 2 is 18,000. So we'll get it pretty close to that. All right, so let's pop back up top and see. Hang on one second, guys. One more thing I need to change with the timing. Let's pop back up top and see who had closest to 166. 166 was the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. So who was closest to that? We had guesses of 120, 135, 173, 143, 130. So 166 to 173 is 7 away. I think it's going to be Kenny Monster. And then Iowa Scotsman 143 was the next closest. It was closest on the bottom side, but that's over 20 away. So yep, that's going to be a Kenny Monster win. Congrats. At KMCO on, what is this, 12/26. Happy Boxing Day. I was never sure, like, is Boxing Day a happy day or is it a sad day? I wasn't ever sure. I think that when I did the research last time, it is just it's a pleasantly spirited observance. It's not anything sad, so happy Boxing Day, I guess I'll say. And then while the rest of the deboarding is underway, it's Canada and the UK's Christmas. I'm not sure it's that. Yeah, I can't remember what it represents. Maybe we'll look into that during our leg 2 here. But let's take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit. Real quick, I'm going to get my second flight plan filed on VATSIM, and it seems like most of our VATSIM air traffic control has indeed evaporated for now. We might be flying through some VATSIM air traffic control in or around Cuba. That depends on who's still on when we get there. But at the very least, let me get my flight plan for leg 2 filed, and then we'll assess all that when we get back. Oh, I need to re-sign in, okay. Do we want to edit a flight plan? No, we want to just punch a new one in from scratch here. We are still going to be Piedmont 5514. We are still going to be IFR. We're still on a B462. Weight category is medium. We are S. So hold on, let me get to the flight plan page. My little spreadsheet here. That would be helpful. SBDF. GRY. Transponders in L. We're departing from MCO. Off block time 0305. So that's 25 minutes away. We can make that work. 28,380. Arrival is Cancun, MMUN. Alternate, in case we can't make it there, is going to be Merida, MMMD. We're going to be 1 hour 58 in the air and 0417 in the tanks. Here's the route. We're going to plug it not into SkyVector this time. We're going to plug it into Navigraph desktop charts, because obviously I'm going to need Mexican charts for the arrival, so we'll just pull the whole thing into Navigraph this time, since we're going to be international. International Alpha. B2C2D2 S2 is the PBN codes for our equipment. This is a Charlie, and we are a what do I like to say? We're a Piedmont regional jet. And then we'll put the stream link. That file, there it stands. We may hear the auto ATC click off as we get assigned our new squawk code. If we don't, that's fine. We can pick it up from VATSIM radar. Yeah, 1014 is that, so that's fine. And we departed we arrived 36 left. So I assume we're going to depart 36 right. Oops. Departure frequency is going to be 122.8 is what it seems like. Initial altitude we'll check when we get back, as we're going to pull up all the relevant departure charts. It does. So Say Again Jim is here. By the way, our very good friend J.G. Mathis's new alter ego, Say Again Jim. Love the new Twitch username, by the way. Boxing refers to the packing up of Christmas Day leftover goodies by the landed gentry as a treat for their servants. That's what one interpretation holds. No post-holiday pugilism. Well, that's a good thing. But that's cool. That's funny that I love how you say that's one interpretation. So it sounds like the exact etymology of it is not really 100% known for sure. Perhaps. Yeah, we'll play around with that. We'll do a little research on it. AJ says I was getting excited for a possible second Christmas. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All I wanted to make sure was over the years, as I've said, oh, happy Boxing Day, guys. I just didn't want it to be like some sort of Memorial Day of some sort of like the boxing revolution or the insurrection and X number of people were slain by the government or whatever. I don't know. That's weird to say. The Canadian government's not really known for that, but I don't know. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something sad. That's all. Anyway. All right, before I put my foot in my mouth again, let's talk about other thing that we got going on here, which is called our Slant Artwork Adventure. Hang on one second, guys. Our Slant Artwork Adventure. So the way this works is we start the stream, and I feed a one-sentence or so description of an image into ChatGPT to have it generate, and the idea is to have it relate to the stream somehow. Whatever we're doing that day, I want it to kind of be representative of that. So we've got the plane taking off, the BAe-146 taking off over New Orleans. That's where we started tonight. And of course, I don't know, the airport's not really that close to the Superdome, so it took a little license there, a little artistic license there. But the way this works, then, is that you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, a.k.a. the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And as you do, you get in a queue where you are allowed to suggest an addition or modification to our image. And you can keep it serious, or we can take it kind of silly. Actually, we've taken everyone silly so far, which is fine with me. I love it. It's been a lot of fun. But every time one of you cashes in one of those sets of points, we can add something to the description. So the first thing we added was a Christmas tree on top of the dome, which was nice. Then we added Mardi Gras beads around the airplane, which was hilarious. We then put a red nose and some antlers on the plane. And then we turned the airplane red and green, although, oddly, it also changed the Superdome to red and green as well. That wasn't part of the drill, but that just happened as a side effect. And, yeah, so who knows. Then the very last thing, we added our friend Freckles, putting the star up on top of the tree. If you guys have been around the stream a while, you know who Freckles is. The first version of that had her, like, massively depicted. And, of course, I guess you can see, at least this close, you can see why we call her Freckles, although I'm a little annoyed that they put a wedding ring on her. But then we took her back out and said, hey, try that again, but just have her in the background, adding the star to the top of the tree that's on the dome. So then it did that. Yep, so that worked. So that's where it stands now. And again, cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, a.k.a. Alphabets points. At the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the button next to the Alphabet serial icon, and that's what you can click on to cash in 500 points and then get in the queue to make a suggestion to modify or add to that image. All right, we're going to take a break out of the cockpit, a little liquid recycling going on here before we then get off the ground and head down to Cancun, Mexico for flight number 2. Maybe without VATSIM air traffic control services. We'll see how that goes when we get there. But in the meantime, we've got lots of flying left to do, so sit tight. We'll be right back with you here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. Alright, friends, we're back with you. Thanks for your patience. Back with you for our Slant Alpha adventures. We're in the BAe-146 doing a little vacation hopping. We started in New Orleans, here in Orlando now, and headed down to Cancun, Mexico for our second and final stop, third and final visited city for the evening. Appreciate you being here as we're live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. A vacation destination in its own right, but here in the Mid-Atlantic, of course, during the winter months. Not quite warm enough to be a year-round resort here. So we're thinking of warmer places as we are flying here kind of in the dead of winter tonight. We're in the BAe-146 from JustFlight, freshly updated. And the update, look at this, the update allows it to manage Jetway boarding. That's kind of a neat new feature. That just commandeers the Jetway wherever you are, and you can control that right from the tablet within the aircraft. I don't worry too much about vision. I'm much more of a procedural guy. Like, I want the procedures to be more correct than stuff like the eye candy. So I don't worry about stuff like GSX or any of the other add-ons that simulate all the ground services and stuff. But the fact that the tablet now controls that on its own is pretty cool. Do realize that we're now 600 pounds short in this left wing for running the APU off of that left pump. So we might need to do some fuel rebalancing when we get airborne here, or maybe we'll do it in the loading. We'll do it in the loading. We're about to refuel the plane on the ground. We'll take care of it then. Duh. Okay, so we're headed up to Cancun, Mexico, and as I said before, we're going to need to put this flight into Navigraph rather than SkyVector in terms of getting all the charts for us. So we'll do that in just a moment. Let me go ahead and get the rest of the boarding process started. We're going to try and get pushed back by 10 minutes from now. That's going to be a tight. Yeah, we're going to be late. We're going to be late. So let's set the payload and fuel. We want a total of 18,000 pounds on the aircraft. So that basically means we're going to top off these two at 8167. Enter. 8167. Enter. So that's 16. 2, and we need 16,333 is what that is. So we need 1667 here, right? Enter. Let's do an instant refueling. 18,000. Yep, that's perfect. Okay, good. So that's done, and that's handled the balancing issue. Let's then set passenger total of 80. Enter. Cargo of 2,400 there. Come on. Cargo of 2,400 there. Enter. Let's do a 10-minute boarding and get that started. Okay, so we're going to be pushed back kind of tight on timing here, but we'll get there. We filed our flight plan. We did receive a squawk code, but no other services, as there is no VATSIM air traffic control on where we are now. Let's get the updated METAR. We don't have an ATIS information here anywhere, but we can get the METAR at KMCO. 2907, so yeah, we'll still depart northbound. 3009, I think that's what we've already got it set at. And the field elevation here should be just about 100 feet, it says. Yep, 3009 across the board is set, and just about 100 feet is what's showing. Good. Comm radios, since we no longer have air traffic control services, we're not going to be on the center frequency. We're going to be on the Common Traffic Advisory frequency for the airport, which is the primary tower frequency. 124.3 is that. So we'll get 24.3 set on COM 1. And then 22.8 as the en route advisory frequency for what will basically be our departure frequency. Okay, so that's set. We just need the COM 1. IFR clearance obtained. Okay, there's nobody to obtain it with. We can jump down here into the FMC and get the route entered. And so let's go into menu on both sides here. But let's delete flight plan, double click, and let's go ahead and put in our new one at KMCO. Enter and accept. And it is the Fission 4 to Plumber. So let's go under menu and depart. And we're going to depart off of airside 4. Actually, we can depart off of 3-5 left. I think for a westbound turnout, I tell you what, for a westbound turnout, 3-6 right probably makes more sense. Actually, I know we said we were going to pull all these up in Navigraph, but for right now, just real quick. Fission 4 departure. Is that specific to any specific runways? Whoops. Didn't mean to delete it. It works for all 4. But since it is a westbound turnout, I do feel like it makes more sense to depart off of the western complex. So, we'll do that. We'll plan on departing 3-6 right onto the Fission 4. Increases our taxi a little bit, but it makes more sense from an airspace use standpoint. So we'll just assume that that's the drill. So 3-6 right is option number 8. Enter. It is the Fission 4, which is option 4. Enter. It is indeed going to Plumber. Yep. Enter. So we'll put that in the flight plan. So it puts all the points relevant to there. Then we'll continue from point 10. It's Sheek, S-H-E-E-K. Enter. Accept. We're going to hit the list button. We're going to get an airway off of Sheek. From Sheek, we are on the Q118 to FEMID. So that's Q118 is option 3. FEMID is option 2. So it's put all the points between Sheek and FEMID. After FEMID, it's Carter, K-A-R-T-R. K-A-R-T-R. Whoops. T-R. Enter. Accept. After Carter, it's Lulls, L-U-L-L-S. We're doing it all for the Lulls anyway. Whoops, back. S. Enter. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Nope. Delete. Yeah, 14 should be Lulls, L-U-L-L-S. Enter. Accept. Okay. After Lulls, we're on the Y196, so we'll go to the list button. Let's get an airway list. We're on the Y196, was enter 1. To Kanoa, so that's option 1. So if you look on the previous page, it's well, there were no points in between there anyway, but done and done. And then UB879 is the next airway. So let's go into the list again, and the airway list. UB879 is option 5. Enter. And from there we are going to NOSAT and the NOSAT 1 Bravo. Enter. So our final destination is MNUN, and enter and accept, and then off of the menu and arrivals. Let's just take a guess. Whoops, whoops, whoops. We don't really know. I'll tell you what, let's unload this flight. Let's go ahead and get this in here. New flight. Origin. Add to route. And these are, by the way, these are in recents because I always use Navigraph to look up the gate assignments and gate locations. So can I put it in with the procedures? Will it let me do that? Yeah, it automatically marks them as the procedures. No Sat 1 Bravo's not there? Alright, well then let's... take that out. MMUN. Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the stars. It's here. It's here. So this is, it just didn't know how to depict it. So we'll throw that in a pin. We'll throw the airport diagram in a pin. Parking stands. We're actually going right here to 6 Charlie. So we'll put that on a pin. And then if we go back to close that, open charts, we'll put that on a pin. And the SID, rather, yeah, the SID is deficient 4. We can put that on a pin, so we get all this in front of us in here. So yeah, this is the same thing we were looking at. We got the taxi diagram. We're airside 4. We're going to 36 right, and we do want to check Coyote and Ears and Lefty and Blossom. Blossom, we got to restrain at 7,000. So the top altitude is okay. It's indeed 7,000, and we can't cross 7,000 until after Blossom. So that fills in that last piece of information that we were looking for. All right, so we got all that taken care of. I'm going to close all the charts and that, and we'll just get that out of the way for now. That was the other question, was which runway do we think we're going to land on at Cancun? We got a 12 left and 30 right, and 12 right and 30 left. We're coming in from the north, so I expect we'll end up on 12 left or 30 right, although again, I don't really know how the airspace works in Cancun. That may or may not be reasonable to assume, but that's just what we'll do until we're told something different. But let's just see, which direction are we going to expect there? MMUN. Wind is calm. There is not any VATSIM air traffic control on down there, so we're going to be making our own assumptions. And so I will just say, since we're coming from the north and east, let's just plan to land on 30 right. Before I assume that, do they have... Oh, this is Orlando. Do they have approaches for 30 right? An RNP and a VOR to VOR. So it seems like we have ILSs to the 12s, and we don't have ILSs to the 30s. So it seems like it seems like the 12s are the most commonly flown, so let's just do 12 left. There's a Zulu. There's a DME arc for a Yankee. And there's a... We have a... almost like a GPS entry into... So we can do the X-ray in the 12 left. So that's what we're going to assume is the ILS X-ray to 12 left. Enter. Yep. NOSA 1 Bravo, enter. ILS X-ray to 12 left, enter. We are going to do that from Ridug. So 3, enter. And we'll put that on the flight plan. Okay, I think we've got that. Let's just see how it pans out here on the arrival. No sat honcho, lettuce, UN 500, 522, 515, Erdam, and Riddig. And then from Riddig, we just join the approach directly. $5.15. Oops. So hold on. Honcho, lettuce, Atmos, UN 500, UN 522. Okay, UN 515, yep, that is there. And then Erdem and then Riddig. And then 505. And 528. Okay, yeah, it's all in there. So that will work. Assuming we don't get any directive to change our arrival runway, then all of what I put in will work. Okay. Well, let's get back. We're hoping to get airborne by about 5 minutes from now. We're going to be a little bit late, I think, but let's go ahead and get back to it. Other thing we do need to do, though, is we need to come back down here and, yeah, we can go, keep the menu page here, but on the nav page, let's make sure we're going direct to the first point. Okay, there we are. And then facts, ears, lefty, is that the correct branch? Let's just make sure we're on the departure procedure. Yeah, facts, and then the ears, and then lefty. Okay. Okay, alright, I think we're all set there. Squawk and transponder was 1014. Whoops. 1014 and transponder mode. Up here, the initial heading off of the runway is a 005. So we'll get that set. (005). Go back into RNAV mode. Flight directors can come on. And we are actually going to arm, so 7,000. Altitude arm. And we're going to go in heading. Now we're going to actually start in LNAV. Alright. Alright, parking brake is confirmed on, and brake pressure is confirmed, so we can remove the wheel chocks. Yeah, I was just going to say, let's set the elevator trim. So we'll click on the center of gravity, and the wheel will turn, and it did. Go ahead and get our oxygen systems on, and I'm sorry I'm not terribly interactive in the chat at the moment, but just trying to get up and running here a little bit late. Oxygen systems, fasten seatbelt signs can come on, which is there. Cabin cruise pressure, we're going to be cruising at 28,000 feet. So we'll get that set and dialed in. Ice detection can go on and guarded, and then engine anti-ice can come on. Alright, for the TMS, the ambient temp here in Orlando is 21. Power and takeoff. 90.6 is the bugs. We'll set the bugs for flap 18 departure. All set. Wind 2907, 3009. A few clouds at 4,000. We did get kind of bumped around on our arrival. We had some shifty winds. Greetings and welcome aboard American Eagle Flight 5514 with service to Cancun, Mexico. We were due to be pushed back about 10 minutes ago, so we're getting underway just a little bit late. But we expect to be wheels up by the bottom of the hour, and flight time once we're airborne will be 1 hour, 58 minutes. We'll be cruising at 28,000 feet today, and all indications are that we'll have a nice, smooth cruise. On our way up, we might experience a little bit of shifting winds. We had some shifting winds on final approach coming in, so we may experience just a little bit of jostling about as we climb out, but hopefully we'll get up to cruise and get up to some nice, smooth air for you. So do sit back, relax, and get that seatbelt fastened and tightened one extra notch for us for a potentially bumpy climb out. But we'll hope to bring you a nice, smooth ride down to Cancun, Mexico thereafter. Thanks again for flying along with us on American Eagle Flight 5514's service to Cancun, Mexico. All right. Push back. We're gonna just push straight back here, I think. Well, we'll push there, and we'll plan to head west, because we know we're taking off in the western departure, so we'll do that. There. Let's take a peek around, see if there's anybody else in this air side that we need to worry about. There was a Spirit there earlier, but he's long gone. No, nobody else. So we'll announce our intentions, but we'll not worry too much about it. Okay, pushback is requested. Beacon light can come on. Let's come up here. Get pack number 1 off. Let's get the remaining fuel pumps on. Let's get the start master on, and we'll start with the number 4. Orlando traffic, Piedmont 5514 pushing back from gate 94 on airside 4. Orlando. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, that pushback tug is having a little bit of an issue as well. We had some bumpy taxiways here coming in, and yeah, it looks like it's having a few little problems.
I'm going to need some pliers and set of
Melvin is
ball
here.
bearings. What the hell you need ball bearings for? It's all ball
Sir
bearings.
Bob
nowadays.
of Duck says, I used to sim in 2020, trying 24 on Game Pass, looking to get back into it. So I'm still on flights in 2020 right now, Bob, but I think 2024 is now at the point where it's mostly stable. Everything is mostly working as it should. Most of the most popular add-ons are starting to become available for it. It's really getting to the point where I think it's kind of ready for us more serious simmers at this point. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting. So I'm actually planning on transitioning from 2020 to 2024 here over winter break. So that hopefully will happen. I've got it installed. I just don't have aircraft put in and controls configured for it yet. So I would say what I'm hearing is that 2024 is kind of ready at this point, but I can't personally vouch for it just yet. You might need to stop back in about a month to see how my experience has been with it. thus far. But that's what I'm hearing. All right, red light number 3 is out. Up top we go. But if you're looking to make a buying decision now, I think that many people are switching over if they haven't already. And I've been reluctant. I like a nice, stable, predictable experience on the stream, so I've been very reluctant to do that. Melvin says no regrets. Yeah, I didn't think so, Melvin. So I'm into a very predictable, stable experience, and I've been very reluctant to switch over. But the latest sim update number 4, seems to, for most people, have solved the remaining of the larger show-stopping bugs, and most people are now saying it works pretty well. Like I said, the one thing I cannot do is vouch personally for that. But in a few weeks' time, we'll be able to provide another data point for you. Alright, so engines are all spooling up, everything going swimmingly with all that. All the red lights are out. Let's jump up top. Starter selector off, start master off. Engine anti-icing off. Packs can come on, gens can come on. And screen and probe heats can come on. Hydraulic pumps can come on, and then the AC and PTU pumps can come on. We'll do a flight control check. Again, not really checking for yoke movement, really checking for control surface movement. Ailerons we have gauges for. Elevators and rudder we do not have gauges for, but somebody on the ramp would give us a big thumbs up that all control surfaces have moved as commanded. We'll go ahead and get flaps set for departure. We already did the trim. And the other thing we'll do is we'll disengage the master warning cutoff. Parking brakes can come off, and then we'll do a config check here. And flaps 18 is now set and checked, so we are good to go. I'm going to assume Echo and Bravo. Did we hit something? Yeah, we're rolling. Echo 4, Echo, and Bravo. And Bravo 10 to the runway. Orlando traffic, Piedmont 5514 off of airside 4. We're taxiing out to 36 right for departure.
Don't sink.
Orlando. Yeah, we got some weird terrain bumps in this airport. Don't sink. I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. So right turn on the Echo, left on the Bravo. I think we're going to, well, I'll tell you what, I was just going to say, I think we're going to need to invest in a payware version of Orlando, but why am I going to do that when I'm about to switch sims? But yeah, it's definitely, guys, it's definitely these bridges that are throwing off the airport's elevation. every time there's a bridge here at the airport, the sim is trying to reconcile the taxiway against the known terrain elevation. Well, that's the whole purpose of a bridge, is to put the taxiway at higher than the terrain elevation, right? So the sim is getting confused as to what the elevation should be on these taxiways, and that's why we're getting all these big ruts and other stuff. So, oh well, my fingers crossed that we can complete this taxi without damaging the aircraft because of the inconsistent scenery here. And then somebody was saying that we may have had the similar issues in Cancun. We visited there on our World Flight Marathon charity stream day. We visited there, and I don't remember. That was kind of a long day. I don't remember. But we might indeed encounter something similar there. Who knows? Okay, so that's just a connector. That's Echo 2. So we got Echo 1, and then Foxtrot, and then Charlie, and then Bravo. Whoops. So we still got a ways east to go. So yeah, we had hoped to be airborne by quarter after. We're 25 after now, so we're about 10 minutes late getting up and running here from Orlando. That's on me. We had plenty of time for the turnaround. I took a little bit longer than normal intermission. We had other stuff to talk about. Guys, don't forget we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure project going. I'll catch you up on that in just a moment. We have a red and green Christmas decorated BAe-146 taking off from New Orleans right in front of the Superdome. And our friend Freckles putting a star on top of the Christmas tree on top of the Superdome. That's what we've got. I'll step you through how it got here later when we get airborne, but that's what we have now. So anybody wants to put in a request to make an addition or modification to that image, it's the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel by which you can request to do that. Yeah, we'll probably get to those modification requests once I get airborne, but if you want to put the request in and get in the queue for that, you can do that now. Again, the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel. Click the button to cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, and then that puts you in the queue. Dog Pilot wants to get in on that action. Wants to make a glitchy bridge. Well, that'd be rather representative of our stream tonight, wouldn't it? All right, coming up on the hold short line. Let's get our taxi lights off. Let's get our cabin crew alerted. They did the cabin secure call after we pushed back, so they may not do that cabin secure call. Maybe just a little bit of glitch in the new logic on those automated calls. If that's the case, we'll go ahead and cancel the call manually. Just verify our modes. Armed at 7,000 and then LNAV. Yeah, Dog Pilot, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant suggestion. Okay, we'll say cabin is secured. Go ahead and cancel the call there. It's a brilliant suggestion. Wolfie wants to add some alligators to the water. All right, Wolfie. We'll do Dog Pilot's first, and then we'll do yours, Wolfie. Orlando traffic, Piedmont 5514 is departing 36 right. It's going to be a left-hand turnout IFR southbound off of 36 right, Orlando. That strobe's coming on, landing lights coming on, turn-off lights coming on. weather radar, TARA, continuous ignition.
TMS set to take off.
Yeah, we're not rolling just yet. I gotta get lined up. Okay, I think I got everything. Alright, here we go. A little bit of forward pressure on the yoke. And let's get takeoff power set.
Speed alive, both sides.
Okay. Keep that nose wheel pinned down for now until we get rudder authority. At the 80 knot call.
80 knots cross checked.
Okay, we can relax that yoke.
Power set, flex achieved.
At least the runways are relatively smooth.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb, gear.
Gotta watch how much I rotate, how quickly I rotate there. I'm gonna risk a tail strike. Alright, let's pitch to keep the bubble speed here. And we'll do that until 1,000. Got the radio altimeter counting up. Change to max continuous thrust. And then we can reduce pitch to accelerate. Trying to keep the climb at about 1,000 and let the airspeed come up. We're going to get autopilot on and we'll capture that vertical speed. Okay, now we'll get the flaps in after we're past the red bug. Bug set for 250. So we are in LNAV and we are in vertical speed. Speed's coming up to 250, and then we'll capture that 250 and let it pitch to maintain it. Okay, we are now going to from ears to lefty. So yeah, that is indeed a little bit of a left turn there. And then after Blossom is when we can go past 7,000. We got the follow there from Flotz. Thank you very kindly. Fly the BAe-146 out of Orlando. That's a lovely angle on that. BAe-146 out of Orlando. Wave bye-bye to Mickey. We're heading down to Cancun, Mexico now. Right on 250, so I'm going to just adjust the bug so that it reflects that we're right on our target speed. We're going to level at 7,000 before we get to the point Blossom. And then how are we in terms of getting to Blossom? 5 miles from Blossom. Okay, so we can't go past 7,000 until we get to Blossom. I am actually going to... I'm going to just manually pull the throttles down so that we can just slow our climb rate. Okay, we're only 2.5 miles from Blossom now. Okay, so let's go back to max continuous thrust. And then let's go ahead and set our... Okay, so we did. We passed Blossom at or below 7,000. We're now past Blossom, so now I'm going to go ahead and just clear myself up to my cruise altitude of 280. Again, there's no VATSIM air traffic control on to tell me otherwise. So I will just say, since we've passed that constraint now, we'll go ahead and climb up to our cruise altitude. When we get back into indicated airspeed hold, and we are back in max continuous thrust. Yeah, we'll even out the throttle levers a little bit there, but we are indeed in max continuous thrust, so it's pumping out 857 across the board. So yeah, everything is good. All right, a couple more post-takeoff things to do, guys, and then we'll get back to our slant artwork adventure. Floss says, I see a 146 stream I watch. Yeah, it's a great bird. Really a lot of fun. Since we are we're off the runway now, we can go ahead. Well, first of all, continuous ignition can come off. We can get the engine air bleeds on. We can turn the APU bleed off. We can turn the APU off. Since we no longer need that extra boost to run the packs, we can now run off of the engine bleed. We've got plenty of performance to do that. Up top, we can shut off the AC and PTU pumps and just run off regular hydraulic pumps for the time being. Let me just make sure I did everything else that I needed to do there on the post-takeoff. Continuous ignition, yeah. So the only other thing we'll do is we're coming up on 10,000 now. We will go ahead and turn off the forward-facing lights. And then let's do a cabin pressure check. Whoop, cabin pressure set up there, but cabin pressure is checked down here, sorry. So we like the cabin altitude, which should be climbing up to about 7,500, I think. Yeah, cabin should be climbing to about 7,500 perceived pressure based on the air density. And it's currently at about 4,000, climbing at a normal rate, and the differential pressure is about 1/3 of the way up the range. So the way I like to say it is the cabin altitude should track to wherever we set it to. The differential pressure at 10,000 should be, about 1/3 of the way up the range. The differential pressure at 18,000 should be about 2/3 up the range. And then differential pressure at cruise should be kind of right up under the yellow mark. So far, everything is looking good. Flaw says, you're the first streamer I've ever seen do the air switchover and hydraulic config after takeoff flows correctly. Yeah, I try. I try to do that. I try to follow the proper procedures. There's a few things I miss and water down. Oh, you worked for a 146 and Avro operator for a while. Nice. Yeah, there's definitely a few things I miss and were watered down, but I do my best. Let's go back to our slant artwork adventure, friends. So this was our latest slants artwork adventure. We had requests in from Dog Pilot, who said, I wanted to add a glitchy bridge. Okay, so we had so many glitchy bridges in Orlando. So Okay. I've given it a little context on what we mean by a glitchy bridge, and we'll see what it does with that. Hopefully the context that I added was not too much in order to confuse it. Basically, guys, just to catch you up if you're new to the stream or haven't been to the stream in a while, we've got an activity that we call Slant Artwork Adventure. Right? So I started the stream with just a BAe-146 climbing out of New Orleans. And of course it put it right next to the Superdome. The airport's not really that close to the Superdome, but whatever. Artistic license, right? BAe-146 climbing out of New Orleans. What happens then is you guys can use the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. You can go to the bottom of the chat panel, you can click the button next to the alphabet serial icon, you can cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points. That then gets you into the queue to suggest an addition or modification to that artwork adventure. So basically, once I call your name, of course I'm not always able to in the middle of flying the aircraft. Speed of which, let's just take a real quick peek. Make sure that I'm still not in. Yeah, so still not in any VATSIM controlled airspace at the moment. But anyway, once you get in on that queue to modify or add to our image, sometimes you have to wait until I call your name if I have my hands full. But once I call your name, you can then let me know what you would like to add to or modify in that image. Dog pilot, I think it nailed it. I think it nailed it. Those are some glitchy bridges. Oh my word. That's fantastic. That is amazing. All right, and Wolfie then wanted to add some gators swimming in the river. AJ, right? Oh my gosh. It absolutely hit that one out of the park, didn't it? Alright, we're through 18 now. Let's go ahead and get our standard altimeter set, and let's do another cabin pressure check. 2992 across the board, times 3. Yeah, it totally did, didn't it? Alright, so 2992, and then let's do another cabin pressure check. So again, cabin pressure climbing to 75. So it's got a little bit of climbing left to do. It looks like 1 minute or so. It should be reaching 7,500. It's at 700, or 7,000 now, 500 feet per minute. So 1 minute from now, it should be leveling off the cabin altitude. Again, a perceived cabin altitude based upon the air density is what we're talking about. And then again, I always say, 1/3 up at 10,000, 2/3 up at 18,000, and then right up under the yellow and red marks at cruise. So all appears to be normally functioning with our pressurization. Yeah. There be gators afoot, my friends. This does not look promising. Now, again, it took a little artistic license with the scale here on Preckles, and it took a little artistic license on the scale with the gators. Those are some seriously massive gators. But yeah, I would say it did a nice job with that, both of those. We got High Flyer 74 with us. Thank you very kindly for joining us, High Flyer. By the way, those of you new to the channel, we typically broadcast for you Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And during the winter months, that's Midnight Zulu on the day ahead, so that's our normal show schedule. I don't do too bad at adhering to that. The college basketball season changes things up for me quite a bit. So you always want to check out the full show schedule underneath the About tab. We've also got it published on our Discord server. So not only would that affirm for you which days we're on and which days we're off, because I do occasionally change things up for personal or work obligations, but also gives you an idea of what we're going to be up to on any given night. We do a mix here of general aviation flying, single engine piston, to the DC-6, the 4-engine prop liner. We also fly the Fly Somewhere Lear 35, so we do some business jet, vintage-ish business jet ops. And then we do vintage airliner ops here, regional airliner ops here on the BAe-146. And then we do the occasional modern airliner flight in the PMDD-737. And we're currently flying in Flight Sim 2020, although over winter break, we're going to fly for you. I'm going to stream for you one more time on Monday. And then after Monday, we've got an ATC stream, and then we got a couple of streams I have to miss for other obligations. That break there is going to allow me to hopefully transition over to where we're using flights in 2024, going into the bulk of 2026. Only, what, just over a year late? Better late than never, I guess. But like I said earlier, I've been really hesitant to switch over because I'm very, very keen to have a predictable and stable experience. For the most part, we haven't been glitch-free in flights in 2020 either. But for the most part, we have had for a long time in this sim a fairly, knock on wood, glitch-free and stable experience. Sorry about that. Talking about glitches. But I have been reluctant to switch over to flights in 2024 until many of my sim and streamer friends have started to say they are experiencing that kind of stability in the new sim. Finally now, Sim Update 4 seems to have smoothed out the majority of the biggest problems, and so we finally, I think, are ready to switch over. Plus, the other thing that I've been kind of waiting for is for these add-ons, the ones I just mentioned, the A2A Comanche, the DC-6, the Fly Somewhere Lear 35, this plane, the BAe-146, and the PMDD-737. The only one I think that is not officially supported for 2024 yet is the PMDD DC-6, but word is on the street that you can kind of get it to work anyway. So it seems like we're mostly there. If I have to maintain both sims for a month or two while we're waiting for the lone holdout, I'll do that, but hopefully won't have to do that. Anyway, let's kind of step through our slant artwork adventure just to catch anybody up who joined late. So this is our stream activity with the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points here. And you've got the button next to that does two things. Number one, it tells you how many you have. Number two, it allows you to click on that and cash in 500 of those. Once you cash those 500 points in, you end up in a queue to suggest an addition or modification to our slant artwork adventure. This is something that we feed into ChatGPT and just kind of modify as we go, okay? So this is where we started it. We started it with the BAe-146 climbing out over New Orleans. And yes, it's silly for it to be climbing out that low, that close to the Superdome, but whatever, right? Fun. It's a piece of art. It's not real. Not reality. None of this is reality, but this is especially not reality. So one piece at a time. When you cash in the 500 points, and when it's your turn, I will let you know what you can suggest to me what you'd like to add to or modify with the image. And we're doing it one little piece at a time. You're not giving me a whole paragraph. You're just giving me a few words, maybe a sentence. But we add to the image as we go along. We first added a Christmas tree on top of the Superdome. We then added the Mardi Gras beads over the aircraft. We added the nose and antlers to the aircraft. We changed the livery of the aircraft to red and green, although inexplicably that also changed the Superdome to red and green. We didn't ask for that. Now, we asked for our friend Freckles to be putting the star on top of the Christmas tree. It initially put her right there in the foreground. We backed that out and we put her in the background. Okay, so she's now there, putting the star up on top of the Christmas tree. And then what did we add? We added the glitchy bridges, and then we added the gators. So that's where we stand now. If you want to get in on that action, again, 500 Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel is how you can get in the queue to make your suggestion for an addition and modification to that image. And those have been fun. And by the way, what we do with those, I'll publish the whole series on our Discord. I'll publish a few highlights or the final version on our Facebook and our X page. But normally the final version, or one of the version that is most representative of the live stream, gets selected to be the thumbnail, the YouTube thumbnail for the upload once we archive this to YouTube. So those have been fun. We've been doing that one for about a month. I tried it a year and a half or so ago, and I was using a different AI art generator. I was using OpenAI, OpenArt.ai is what I was using. And I think it's better now, but at the time it wasn't quite up to snuff in terms of these complex and layered, multi-featured images. It wasn't quite up to the task. So, but yeah, ChatGPT has been knocking this out of the park pretty much every time for us. Only in a few instances. Well, we had the one little glitch tonight, but we were able to back it out. In our one, I guess, was it our most recent one? It was the most recent time that we flew the Lear 35, and I was depicted sitting on top of it in a Santa Claus costume. And at one point it gave me a third arm, and I was not able to tell it in a good enough way to get rid of the third arm. Now, I think since I actually had a conversation with ChatGPT about that later and asked it what I could have said or should have said in order to fix that. So I think I have now a better perspective on what I can do to ask it to revert changes or back things out or fix things like that. So, so yeah, it has trained me to work with it to fix any issues with those images. So, yeah, pretty interesting. But yeah, ChatGPT has knocked this stuff out of the park. And I'll be flat out and tell you guys. In request to the glitchy bridges, I was pretty specific. I gave it the context of what the joke was, right? So I told it enough so that it understood what we meant by glitchy bridges. I said, in the similar land, the taxiway bridges were glitchy, meaning the taxiways were all uneven and hilly. Let's modify this image to make the bridge in the background equally glitchy. And it did. It understood. I mean, that's a pretty complex sentence, but the incredible language parser that ChatGPT is took exactly that information and knew what I was getting at. So, pretty powerful tool. Scarily, impressively, but scarily powerful tool. And because it's a language model at its core, right? Context and jokes and humor and nuance to the language is what it excels at, right? So it's not that surprising, but it is just impressive. As somebody who came up programming Commodore 64s in, CBM Basic, the ability to write programs that do that level of language parsing just blows my mind. Alright, so we've made it up to cruise. We can go ahead and turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. Oh, I don't think I ever did a food announcement. on the first leg. That's the other the running joke on the stream is that we always our pretend planes have the best food offerings in the entire aviation industry because I come up with a food representative of our travel. I think I didn't do the announcement about the jambalaya for our first leg, but we'll include it as an option, dining option for this leg, just to get it in there. We're going to let the speed come up, and when we get close to cruise, we'll knock it down from climb power to cruise power. Yeah, Dog Pilot is shocked at how well it did with the bridges. Yeah, and I was too. Even with the context, I was not sure how it was going to do with that, but it did, man. It nailed it. It nailed it. I'm impressed. All right, let's flip to cruise power now. It wants us to lower the throttles just a little bit here. As soon as those white lights disappear out of that top row of buttons, we'll know that we've reduced the throttles enough. Okay. Yeah, it overshot, but let's watch it kind of fine-tune and get back to the 720 that we selected. And then at the 720, let's just kind of make sure...
The traffic south of 1698 is about 15 miles out.
Oh,
right?
Shoot, I'm still monitoring Orlando. I really should be monitoring the en route advisory frequency, but I think, we're not really going to be in conflict with anybody here. The other thing is the en route advisory, the generic advisory frequency on VATSIM gets a little chatty and abused sometimes. So if that becomes the case, I'll just switch off. But yeah, we're not really in conflict with anybody where we are now. Alright, so 436, the bubble's holding steady, and let's see. Yeah, let's just maybe add it to, let's bump it up to 740 here. Bump it up to 740 and see what that does for us. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get our cabin announcement. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 28,000 feet. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, jambalaya, and chorizo tacos. So do sit back, relax, enjoy, and we will give you an update on the weather situation in Cancun once we get a little closer to starting our descent there. Thanks again for flying along with us on American Eagle, Flight 5514 service to Cancun. So that could be a nice outside shot. I haven't really done that. Where are we? Are we? Yeah, we passed. We passed Fort Myers over our shoulder to the right. I guess I missed the opportunity to wave hi to my parents. Somewhere down here, there's a lake. Last time I visited them back in May, they brought me down somewhere down this way. I mean, it was a ways down from. Oh, it's also just over our left shoulder. I think it's this lake here they brought me to. If I zoom in close enough, will it tell me? I'm almost certain because it had this little spur here where the little dock and the harbor was. And I'll have to look up the name of it. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I think it starts with a T. But they brought me down to, we did an airboat tour around that lake. I coming in from the Baltimore area, and my oldest coming in from Minneapolis, went down and visited with them back in May for a long weekend. Alright, let's see if we can clean up, hold on, first of all. First of all, that's going to bug me if I don't come up with the name of that place. Yeah, that's exactly where it was. Just west of the Immokalee. Lake Trafford. I had it. It starts with a T. Airboats and Alligators. This was the outfit right here. Yeah, that was really cool. If you ever get down to Fort Myers area, this was a neat tour. Airboats and Alligators at Lake Trafford. Immokalee, I tell you what, very economically struggling town there. So they can use all the tax dollars they can get. Go down there, take a tour, get some lunch while you're there. They need it. That tour was something else, though. Alright, looks like we're going to conveniently miss Houston's airspace, and Cuba's offline, so if nothing changes with VATSIM air traffic control staffing, it looks like we're kind of on our own here. Let's clean up our charts app, get rid of the stuff we no longer need. We got the airport at Orlando, we can unpin that. We got the Fission departure, we can unpin that. So this is our arrival into Cancun. No sat. We got some altitudes here. We got hot show. We got some altitudes here. We got a speed restriction. So we got a deceleration that we have to manage here between no sat and hot show as well. Let's punch these in. I have a little... So a modern flight management computer will plot an optimal descent path that meets all these restrictions, but also keeps you as high as possible, as late as possible, in order to keep you fuel efficient and you know, as high as possible, as late as possible, and on as continuous a descent path as possible, given these restraints, to keep you as fuel efficient as possible for that. Let's do this. FMC is not quite as good. It's going to put us at the lowest possible constraint at every single one of these. That may or may not be the best plan. So let's do a little math. Punch these into my little descent calculator and see what we come up with. Okay, so the first point, we'll just call that the beginning of the descent. No sat. Now, obviously, we're at 280 now, so we're going to start the descent prior. But we can kind of determine, do we want to be at 200 or 22,000 there? I'm going to say we're going to want to be as high as possible, as late as possible. Then we've got 24.6 miles to Hacho, where it says we can be between 18 and 20. And again, I'm going to assume we want to be at 20 there. The box is going to default to the lowest. I'm going to default to the highest, and then we'll see what we need to do. We got then 10 and 12.3, so that's going to make 22.3 to the next vertical constraint at Apmus. And we're maximum 14,000 there. I'm going to say 14,000 is where we want to be. Yeah, I can already see it. We're going to need to do some smoothing here. At UN 500. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Distance to UN 500, 21.4. UN 500 at or above 8,000. And then 6.1 to UN 522. We're going to be at or above 6,000. And then 8.4, but then another 5, right? Oh, I'm sorry, 5 even to UN 515 at or above 5,000. And we're going to want to be at 5,000 there. And then at Erdam, we have to be at 3,000. So from there forward, we've got no choice. We have to be at 3,000. So I'm not going to worry about anything that happens after that. So let's take a look at my little calculator. By the way, one thing we didn't do I didn't peek in to see how the speed was doing, but it's nailed it. Okay, so 740 is working out perfectly for what we want here. So that's good. Glad. I guess we would have heard the overspeed alarm if that wasn't the case. Anyway, we're good. All right, so let's see. So if we're going to descend 81 feet per mile and then 262, 83, 28, 200. So it's not bad except for this first one. If we were to descend continuously from 22 to 3, we want to average 216 feet per mile. So let's see. So maybe if we descend a little bit steeper there to 19,000. Yeah, let's take it to 18. Let's take it to the lowest there. And then can we take it a little steeper? So that increases this one but decreases that one. That's good. And then do we want to say 6,500 there? And 5,500 there? No, 5,200 there. Yeah, 6,500 seems to work. So if we go from the max to the min, that's still a pretty shallow descent. But then on down from there, you know, we can kind of so that's a pretty gradual descent, right? That's not too bad. So the box is going to default to these lowest amounts all the way down. But if we override just a few of them with these minor tweaks here, A, we're still legal. We're still meeting all these constraints. But B, we're then resulting in a little bit more of a continuous descent all the way down. So I'm going to go ahead and punch these new values in for these points on the descent. And that'll just make the descent a lot smoother, which A, will be a lot easier for us to fly, and B, it'll be a lot more economical in terms of fuel consumption. Let's go with the nav over here. Let's go VNav over here. And we gotta work from the latest one that we're changing is going to override everything before it. So let's start from the end and work back. So Erdam at 3, we don't have a choice there. At UN 515, we want to be at 5,200. And then, yeah, it's going to have blanked all that out. So let's go back to the previous. So now we're going to work back. So 5,200 at UN 515, 6,500 at UN 522. $8,000 at UN 500. That's not a change, but we have to put it back in. 8,000. I think I said 800. I meant 8,000 at UN 500. Maybe I said it right. Who knows? The 12.9 at Atmos. And 18,000 at Hacho. And then 22,000 at NOSAT. Oops. Alright, so 22 at NOSAT, 18 at Hacho, 12.9 at Atmos, 8,000 at UN 500, 65 at UN 522, 52 at UN 515, and then Erdam at 3, which we couldn't change, and everything else is going to be just fine. So, alright, that's what we wanted. Did I freeze? Did I just freeze the sim? Okay, yeah, it froze there for a second, but got it back. Okay, so now we just want to enter the target vertical speed, 2,000, and we are good. 270 miles top of descent. So we got a little ways to go yet. About a half hour before we need to start down. So we're golden. Alright, we can also, I guess, then start putting in the parameters for our approach. Again, just to be very, very ahead of the game here, right? So Riddig is 3,000, UN 505 is 3,000, UN 528 is 5,000, and then we join at UN 532. At that point, we'll be at 3,000 consistently. We'll be able to get the speed under control. And then we'll join the glide slope here at UN 532 at 1,400. Okay. Localizer's 110.7 with a 125 final approach course. You know, again, all this could change. When we get closer to the airport, we might decide that runway 30 is the better landing direction. We might have VATSIM air traffic control on that might tell us to land right side versus left side. This is all just getting ahead of the game. We're assuming we're going to land on 12 left, and we're assuming that plan's not going to change, but it could. But just assuming that that plan is going to be the deal for now. 110.7 and 125. What do we have in terms of a missed approach? Left turn, what's the missed? Left, continue climbing, back to Atmos at 3,000. I don't think we have the missed approach procedure in the FMS in this aircraft. I don't think it supports that. It might. Let's go to flight plan. Next. Yeah, it doesn't support that. So if we need to go miss, we're going to have to work that out. It looks like it's almost the reciprocal heading Atmos to UN 500. So whatever the opposite of that is, that's going to be our approximate missed approach heading. And 3,000, I think, is what it said. Yeah, so it'll be a left turn, 3,000 to Atmos, but in order to approximate Atmos until we get there, doesn't really say what that heading is. 216. So pretty much a 040, 045, something in the vicinity of northeastbound. So we'll call it left turn out northeastbound to 3,000, and then we'll fine tune it and get it going to Atmos if we do end up going missed. All right, so minimums here. Category C aircraft, straight in ILS 250, which is 228 above ground level. So 250 is the minimums in terms of mean sea level. I'm going to set the alerter to 300 just to account. I mean, we don't know what the difference is in terrain elevation between the missed approach point and the runway threshold. So we're setting a alerter based on ground elevation. I'm going to have to be careful about that. We'll just buffer it by a little bit. We'll say maybe 350, just to be on the conservative side. But regardless of when the alerter goes off, that's just serving as a soft reminder. The actual minimum that we're bound to is here on the chart, 250. We'll do the V-speeds when we get closer. We'll do an updated weather briefing. I think wind was calm when we checked last time, but we'll do an updated weather briefing when we get a little closer. And then if we're landing on the left side, it's going to be a right-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. Yeah, so we can kind of roll it out conservatively here. And this is exactly how we came in when we landed here for World Flight, because I remember we landed on this runway and we turned off and we had to cross Delta, and I do think we ran into some roller coasterism on this taxiway as well, as I recall. I think it was Peyote Moon Pie that was saying that earlier. Yeah, I think Peyote Moon Pie is correct. We are going to this apron between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2, somewhere around Bravo 11, so this is where we're parking today. So we'll land on 12 left, we'll roll it long, right-hand turn off, cross over on Delta, and then it looks like we'll join Bravo to come down to the Terminal 1 and 2 ramp here. Since I'm thinking of it, let's just get an updated METAR there at MMUN. Oh, 070 at 2. So 2 knots, negligible, right? 070 suggests that a runway 12 landing is still reasonable in terms of what we've chosen. Visibility is 7 statute miles, so it's a little hazy. We've got scattered clouds at 1,500. So with that, that low base, we are going to start to think, hey, if that base starts to settle in, we got an ILS approach that allows us to descend to 250 mean sea level. So we're good. We've got, we got an instrument approach that's going to take us well below those bases, even if they lower from the current observation. So we're okay. 3006 is the altimeter that's showing there, and I'm going to go ahead and dial that in to the standby altimeter. Yeah, it's going to make the standby altimeter read a little wonky in the meantime, but at least when we get to that descent, we'll be able to glance down and be, all right, well, 3006 was what it was last time we checked, and then, of course, it'll have been a while, so we'll check again to get an updated one, but at whatever point we check, we'll be like, oh, we just glance down here, that's what it is. Saves you from having to find a little scrap of paper that you wrote it down on when you got the ATIS information in the cockpit. All right, so I think we're pretty good here. I am going to probably take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit. We'll come back. We'll recap our slant artwork adventure. I've got a modification. I have not made a single modification to this. This has been all you guys today. But we'll recap where we stand, and I've got a modification to suggest to it. when we come back. We'll recap where we stand with it now, and then we'll see what further mayhem and havoc we can wreak with it. And if you're not sure what I'm referring to, well, sit tight. Give me about 5 minutes out of cockpit. Be right back with you, and we'll tell you all about it here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. Vacation stream. We're New Orleans to Orlando, and now Orlando to Cancun, Mexico. Whoops, just bumped one of the throttles. So before I jump out of cockpit now, let's make sure the engines have restabilized at 740 across the board. Give it a moment to do that. Alright, there we go. Key West, Florida, back in the background there that we just passed a little bit ago. Is there a quieter location I can pick? Not really. There we go. Found a nice little quiet pocket right there. Can't really see much of the plane, I guess, but oh well. We'll try not to be out too long. Alright, friends. Well, we'll be back with you momentarily as we are flying the BAe-146 to Cancun, Mexico. Back in just a bit. Alright, friends, back with you. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate your ride along as we fly another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Slant Golf technically is the code that we're flying under today, as we do have some primitive RNAV capability with the UNS-1 flight management system in this, the JustFlight BAe-146, flying it as an American Eagle. Piedmont is a regional carrier that flies American Eagle, although they don't fly the BAe-146, at least not anymore. I don't think they ever did. But, yeah, we took a few little liberties with the itinerary and setup today. Decided I wanted to fly the BAe-146 on a little vacation stream. So we started in New Orleans, Louisiana. I personally, by the way, we may or may not have said this as we came back on it, as we are live from Studio 5, which is just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. So I do live in a vacation-y area. Live and work in a vacation area. Coming up on 4 years down here, by the way. But in the mid-Atlantic, the temperature in the wintertime still gets fairly cold. You know, average temperatures in the 30s and 40s Fahrenheit. So that would be the zeros and teens Celsius for those of you uninformed. So yeah, it's a beach resort area, but it's a seasonal beach resort area. I mean, there are some activities going on in this area in the off season, but the peak season is kind of the middle of May and the middle of September. But anyway, being in the middle of winter here in the mid-Atlantic, cold temperatures, icy conditions on the roads and sidewalks occasionally, had me thinking of going someplace warmer. So we did New Orleans, Louisiana to Orlando, Florida, and now we're doing Orlando, Florida down to Cancun, Mexico. Cancun, Mexico for our second flight. We are still, let's see, there's our nav page, there's our VNav page. We're still 137 miles from our top of descent. So we got a little ways to go, about 15 minutes maybe or so. 15 minutes, 137 over 430. Over 430, so it's that chunk of an hour times 60, so it's 19 minutes to top of the descent. I wasn't too far off. And those of you new to the channel, we fly for you, or we stream for you, I should say. We don't always fly. We do some VATSIM air traffic control as well. But we stream for you typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. We do virtually all of our flight simming activity on the VATSIM network, whether we're flying or controlling. I control within the Washington ARTCC, within VAT USA. We fly a mixture of general aviation, such as single-engine piston planes, business jets. We also do some vintage airliners, such as the DC-6 or the BAe-146. And then occasionally we also bust out a modern airliner, such as the 737, 700, or 800. So that's a good mix on the channel, and the full show schedule is published underneath the About tab that goes into the middle of January. Over on our Discord server, we got a more complete one that goes out into the end of January. We also do have some personal and work obligations that pop up every now and then, so we do have to change up the schedule. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is the normal rotation. We do change it up occasionally. And if you check the show schedule out under the About tab or over on the Discord server, you'll know exactly which days we're going to be on and what we are planning to be up to. Of course, it's all subject to change anyway, but I do a pretty good job at sticking fairly close to that schedule once I publish it. Not always, but for the most part. Anyway, so if you are new to the stream, or if you haven't been here in a while, the other thing we've got going on is an activity that we call our Slant Artwork Adventure. At the beginning of the stream, I feed a one-line image description into ChatGPT and tell it to create an image that kind of represents loosely what we're doing on the stream that night. You guys then have the opportunity, if you cash in 500 of our Twitch channel points, aka our Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the Alphabet serial icon that represents our channel points, and the button next to that tells you how many you have. If you cash in, click on that button to cash in 500 of those. That puts you in the queue to suggest an addition or modification to our Slant Artwork Adventure. All right? So again, I'll kind of step you through it. We started with a pretty simple BAe-146 climbing out over New Orleans, okay? And yeah, it's a little, like I said, it's a little artistic in terms of this airport's not really that close to the Superdome. But sure, yeah, the BAe-146 is climbing out over the New Orleans Superdome here in New Orleans. Then bit by bit, we've added little components to it again, and if you want to get in on the action here and suggest an addition or modification to this image, go ahead and cash in 500 of those channel points, and that entitles you to do that. The first modification we made was we added a nice big Christmas tree on top of the Superdome. Then we added Mardi Gras beads around the airplane. I thought that was a particularly clever one. Kenny Monster, I think, gave us that one. Third, we added some antlers and a red shiny nose to the airplane. Then we changed the plane from a white livery to a red and green livery. Now, weirdly, this also changed the Superdome to red and green. Well, we didn't request that; it just kind of happened on its own. We then added our very good friend Freckles, and Freckles is a long-standing friend of the stream. A virtual passenger in our Cessna 152, our JP Logistics / WBSIM Cessna 152, who rode along with us for a lot of our River Run series early on. So we added Freckles putting the star on top of the tree. Now, initially, it put her like right here in the foreground, but then we backed that out and put her kind of more in the background, putting the star on top of the tree. Oh, I skipped an image there. Yeah, so that was we backed her out and then we added her back in. The next thing we added was super brilliant. We had some glitchy bridges at Orlando International Airport. We had some bridges, taxiway bridges that were real hilly and just kind of all over the place elevation-wise. So Dog Pilot suggested that we make our bridge in the background here glitchy as well. And ChatGPT knocked that out of the park. And there's our glitchy bridges. And then, I forget who it was, a Wolfie, and Wolfie decided to put some alligators, some Florida gators in the river here. I guess, what is this? I guess this would be the Mississippi River that comes right past New Orleans. I don't know how many gators you have in the Mississippi River normally, but tonight we have a few. Alright, if no one wants to get... So, again, 500 Twitch channel points, a.k.a. Alphabets points, gets you in on the action there. And it becomes your turn when I let you know. And I mean, at cruise, I normally get to them pretty quickly. But the 500 Twitch channel points, and it becomes your turn to suggest a modification. Iowa Scotsman wants to go. Iowa Scotsman, what you got first, man? I've got one in the queue too, but I'll let you guys do yours first. Gators wearing sombreros. Okay, well, that's not what I was going to say, but it's in the same vein of what I was going to say. But I still have one I can put in. Alright, we got it chewing on that there, Iowa Scotsman. We'll see what it does. No, it did pretty good. It did pretty good. I love it. It did pretty good. Our gator's now wearing sombreros. Alright. I've got one. Alright, I've got it chewing on that. I've got it chewing on that, and in the meantime, nothing has changed in terms of VATSIM air traffic control coverage. Let's see, it wasn't that long ago. Yeah, it was 20 minutes ago that we last checked the weather. We can get an update. METAR, M-E-T-A-R, M-M-U-N. Okay, it was 20 minutes ago, but it's the same observation. So METAR observations typically change once an hour unless something more significant has changed. You can see the timestamp here. 147 Zulu was this one. 345 Zulu was this one, but it's still 345 Zulu. So the same exact observation that we had when we checked it 21 minutes ago. So altimeter 3006, which I have dialed into the standby altimeter just as a kind of glance down callback. Visibility is slightly hazy at 7 statute miles, and we got scattered clouds at 1500, but we do have an instrument approach that'll get us down to 250. Holy cow, we've got the raid coming in from the Mustafa channel. Mustafa, thank you so kindly for the raid. We appreciate your support, friends. Everybody coming over from the Mustafa channel. We are doing a little little vacation flight. You know, I work, as I said, I work and live in a vacation area in the mid-Atlantic, but it still gets cold here in the winter season, so we're thinking of warmer places tonight. Going from New Orleans, Louisiana, down to Orlando, Florida, and then Florida down to Cancun, Mexico, and that's where we're heading now, Cancun, Mexico. And we are in the BAe-146, and we're 60 miles from top of descent, so maybe about 9 or 10 minutes from top of descent. Got Pixel Penguin and Keithrick stopping in. I will, holy cow, alright. I will recap our slant artwork adventure for the evening, guys. And especially for those of you new to the channel. This is a channel activity that we tried a year and a half or so ago, but we've recently reinstituted it using ChatGPT as our image generator, and it's working so much better than it did previously when we did this. We start the stream with a very brief, like one sentence, fairly generic description of an image that we want ChatGPT to create that represents loosely what we're doing on the stream that day. What you guys then do is you can cash in 500 channel points, aka alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the button that lets you do that. Cash in 500 points that puts you in the queue to suggest an addition or a modification to that image. And, you know, you can take it seriously, you can have it go kind of off the rails, whatever you like, but you know, when it's your turn, when I call on you, after you've gotten yourself in the queue with those channel points, you can let me know what modification or addition you want to make to the image. As an example, here is our current project. And you guys will be able to see the one I just put in. So this is what we started with, a BAe-146 climbing out past the Superdome here in New Orleans. And yes, a little artistic license was taken, as that's not really near the airport. The airport's a little ways down the river from the Superdome, but it was nicely depicted BAe-146 climbing out at sunset past the Superdome at New Orleans. We then added a Christmas tree on top of the Superdome. We then added some Mardi Gras beads over the airplane. We then added Rudolph nose and antlers to the airplane. We then added the airplane being in red and green livery, which inexplicably, for reasons unknown, also changed the Superdome to being red and green, and we didn't ask for that, but that happened. We then asked for our friend Freckles, who was our right seat passenger on most of our River Run series, including the one that came down the Mississippi, by the way. We added our friend Freckles to be the one putting the star on top of the tree. Now, initially, it depicted her giant right in front of our face. We then backed that out and got her depicted a little bit more in the background there, putting the star up on top of the tree. The next one, we had some glitchy bridges when we were taxiing around in Orlando. We had the bridges were like all kinds of, hilly and wavy and uneven. So we asked for the bridges in the background here to be changed to reflect that, and ChatGPT nailed that one out of the park. And then we added some gators swimming in the river. And then to represent Cancun, we decided to add some sombreros to those gators in the river. And then finally, the one that I just added, and you guys have not seen yet, but I decided to add myself dangling off of the landing gear wearing a bullfighter cape. It's even got me in the correct color shirt, as the image that I happened to use as a reference was not from today, but it got me pretty close. So that's a lot of fun, and if you want to get in on that action, if you got 500 of the Twitch channel points that you want to cash in, that's how you can get started on that. Alright, I think we're probably getting close to top of descent here. We're 32 miles. We've still got about 5 minutes. We do not have any VATSIM air traffic control in this area right now, and I don't know that. I mean, we'll keep monitoring to make sure that doesn't change. If it does change, we'll, as best as we can, we'll flip over to contact them. But we are. Oh, and I guess so. We're monitoring the generic advisory frequency, but I guess we need to figure out 18.1 or 18.6. Asterisk, does that represent like the primary? So 18.1, I don't know. If we do a .CTAF, would it tell us which is the correct CTAF at Cancun? .CTAF, MMUN, I don't know if this works for Mexican locations. Oh, it does, 18.1. Notably, that is the one indicated by the asterisk, although I don't know if that's true all the time, but just as a data point. Yeah, maybe that's significant, I don't know. But 18.1, that's going to be the frequency we transmit our intentions on when we get down closer to the airport. We're on 22.8 now. We'll get 18.1 tuned in here. We are just about to start the NOSAT 1 Bravo. We're coming in from NOSAT. 280 knots as we pass NOSAT and 250 knots as we pass Acho. And then we keep 220 at UN 500 and then 200 at Erdam. So we got a number of speed restrictions, and we're going to have to kind of manually monitor and make sure we're reaching those. We did some calculating to get a nice, smooth, continuous descent. A modern FMC will do this for you. Our UNS-1, it automatically puts you at the lowest constraint at every single point. It isn't necessarily the most economical descent or the most continuous descent. So we did a little math with a little spreadsheet that I whipped up, and we have a nice descent path through these constraints. It's a nice, continuous, smooth descent. So we've gone in and modified the constraints 22, 18, 12, 9 there, and then 8,000, 65, and 52 at those. And we're 13 miles from top of descent now. So that the UNS-1, with that improvement to the vertical descent path that we've made with our own calculations, we now have a nice continuous descent, as continuous as possible, right? I mean, the constraints don't always, the altitude constraints on the procedures, which are driven by other airspace restrictions in the area, departure and arrival quarters that pass over or below where you are. So sometimes it's unavoidable to have a period of level off or descent that's not exactly the most economical. But within the constraints given, we've created the most economical possible descent that we're able to with our rudimentary math skills. And just now to the point where we're going to start that descent. What are we going to say about the weather situation there? Light winds, a little hazy, partly cloudy skies, and temperature of 22s and low 70s. So we'll give that update to the passengers here in just a moment. I think we're going to be on the ground in about 25 minutes. Yeah, maybe about a quarter after. So we'll do our best. Let's go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs on. Let her do her version. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've turned on the fasten seatbelts, and we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts for us. We're just about to start our descent into Cancun. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. Weather there is showing in the low 70s with partly cloudy skies, light winds, and a little bit of haze. And we do expect to be on the ground just about 25 minutes from now. We thank you again for flying along with us on American Eagles Flight 5514, service to Cancun, Mexico. Alright, we are clearing ourselves down to 3,000, I think, on the downwind of that approach. Yep, then we need to go. Alright, we're already kind of at 280, which is good. 285, I guess, maybe. We passed that point, no sats. Yeah, 13.7 to no sat, and we do need to a little bit more of an expedited descent there, about 3,000. Since I did start just a touch late. We do want to set the field elevation at our destination 20 feet. So we'll go ahead and get the pressurization started. All right. So 2,600 to get there, and we're descending at about 3,000. Okay, so we can put a little bit of throttle back in here. Shallow that descent out just ever so slightly. And then we need to start decelerating to 250 knots. Little tiny little bit of extra throttle in. Okay, so now we're going to go 1,200 feet per minute to Ocho. Alright, so let's get the... Well, now it says 1150, so let's shallow this descent out. Let's get the vertical speed captured where we want it. Right about there. And then let's pull the throttles down to 60%. which is as low as we can take them without just, you know, jeopardizing not having enough electrical power. We'll rebug 250. We'll use a little spoiler if we need to. Believe the transition altitude is 18,000 here as well. Oh, it's actually 195. So we are actually down to local altimeter a little bit higher than we're used to. So we get that taken care of. Okay, but we are exactly at 250 right now. So we'll capture the speed again. Add a little throttle to maintain that consistent descent rate. Yeah, we're over descending now, so let's add some throttle back in. Since we're coming up on that 19.5, let's just go to 30.06 across the board. Okay. I need to add a ton of throttle back in now. We're going to shallow this descent up. Right at 250, let's adjust the bug so that it represents that we're right on our speed. Yeah, we're not trying to climb, we're just trying to shallow the descent to about 500 feet a minute here for just a moment. Yeah, so what was supposed to have been a pretty continuous descent didn't work out that way because I didn't get it started at the right time. After Acho, what's the descent rate it's going to want to hit the next one here? At about 1250, so let's pull some throttles back out. At UN 500 is when we need to be down at 220 in terms of the speed. I'll tell you what, let's capture the vertical speed we want. Now we can control, the throttles will control, instead of the throttle controlling the descent rate will be kind of kept constant for us. Alright, now we can kind of use the throttles to control speed. So we're maintaining that 1250 or thereabouts, so that'll get us to the constraint, but now we can use the throttles to control the speed. Now, if we're going to be slamming the throttles down the idle, we're going to want to transfer electrical power back over to the APU so that we don't slam the throttles down too low to generate enough electricity to run our systems. And then on top of that, for the arrival, we're going to want the APU powering the packs anyway, so that we have all of that bleed air running through the engines and not diverting any of it to the packs. That way we've got that extra little oomph of go-around power in case we need it. Weird, this is such an underpowered plane, it's kind of a weird thing that you have the APU providing power to the packs and electrical systems during the takeoff and landing, just because you want the engines not to have to divert any of that power to power those packs. And APU air, engine air off, and now we can kind of manipulate throttles as much as we need to in order to hit these speed constraints. We're doing good in terms of the Atmos here, and then after Atmos we got 21 miles before we need to be down at 220, so we'll just keep it like it is for now. And then at Atmos, I think we're starting to get close enough. 21 miles northeast. We'll say 25 miles northeast. And, we'll just let everybody know we're joining a downwind for 12 left Cancun. Doesn't seem to be anybody in the area. So I don't think, I don't think I need that to be full screen. I don't think we need to make any en route announcements, but once we get in the vicinity of the airport, we'll just provide, some basic downwind, base and final type announcements. Okay, let's trim up a little bit just to make sure we're catching Atmos. Okay, we are past Atmos now. Alright, we need to go back to about 1,200 feet a minute down. Yeah, AJ, I'm kind of monitoring. Alright, so we got the vertical speed locked in by the airplane. Let's now get down to 220. I'm going to even pull a little spoiler in. It's slightly early to do this, but we'll go ahead and get the forward-facing lights on as well. Continuous ignition. That way the last thing I'll need to do is get the TMS off. Freeze again? Yeah, a little bit of a freeze there. I think in that case we got a little bit of a freeze because we loaded the airport scenery in. Cancun traffic, Piedmont 5514's BAe-146, about 25 miles northeast of the field, 1000 descending. We're going to be entering a left downwind for the runway 12 left, Cancun. So there we are at 220 knots. And then as we round the corner and get down to Erdem, we get down to 200 knots. Let's speed up just a little bit. Shallow the descent, but also speed up a little bit. Okay, how are we doing? 750, we're pretty much on that. 7.5 miles to the next one at 8,000. Okay, so I think we're pretty good. Okay, we're right back on speed. So let's shift into airspeed hold. So really, if you're pitching to hold the airspeed, the throttles control the descent rate. If you're pitching to hold the descent rate, the throttles control the airspeed. Fun little way you can kind of manipulate and make the plane hit these constraints for you while you're making speed adjustments. You kind of switch back and forth to which one the plane is pitching to for you, and then the other one becomes controlled by the throttles. So now the plane is maintaining 220 for us. We are throttling to maintain the constraint here. It wants 800 feet a minute. Okay, I'll drop just a little bit of throttle out. Let's do one last METAR update. MMUN. Still the same observation, nothing's changed. Alright, so we're making the turn now. Once it's at 1150 feet per minute to get down to UN 522. And then after UN 522, we've got 13 and change miles to get down to 200 knots. Cancun traffic, BAe-146, Piedmont 5514 is on a high right downwind, 7,600 descending. Right downwind for runway, or sorry, left downwind for runway 12 left. Cancun. So for en route announcements, I don't worry about it, AJ. For announcements at the field, I kind of just make them anyway. Okay, so we're over top of that UN 522. Fortunately, UN 522 is 6,000 or above, so we're not hurting anything by being a little bit too high there. But yeah, so we're passing over top of it, but let's get back to a more reasonable descent rate to get to that next one, UN 515. Well, that's also the one we need to be at 200 knots for. So let's get the descent rate going. We need 1750. By the time I get down there, we're going to need 1800. Yeah, I'll tell you what. We'll throw a little spoiler in. Knots. Let's go ahead and get our V speeds. Flaps 30.
Sync brake.
We're fine. What is it? UN 522. Or no, Erdam 3,200 knots. Missed approach altitude is also 3,000, so we're going to leave that set right where it is. 358, so we're about a 12-mile final.
Below 205, select flaps 18.
Alright, 2.7 miles to Erdam now, so let's add some speed back in. Let's get a descent going. We got the first notch of flaps in. We're a little slow. We were supposed to be 200 knots there, and down to 3,000. And we're going to turn that on about a 12-mile final. After Erdam, we're going to Riddig. Still supposed to be at 3,000, so we'll get down there to 3,000, and then we'll be ready to make a left turn, and we'll switch over to the analog navigation at that point. And we'll get gear and flaps, and we'll put this thing on the ground. Okay, pitching up, but also adding throttle to keep the speed for now. Not too much, not too much. We don't want to gain altitude. We want to get back down to 3,000. Okay, there's our left turn. Still at 3,000 there. After 3,000, we could turn. We still got one more 3,000 fix. Cancun traffic. Piedmont 5514's JustFlight BAe-146 turning left base, about a 12-mile left base for runway 12 left, Cancun. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface. No bot commands necessary on this channel for that. The minus sign is even optional. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you meet a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. We're going back to pulling that monthly. New Year's Day will be the next one, and then thereafter toward the end of each month. Alright, let's go ahead and get switched over to the analog guidance. Just about on top of the localizer here. No glide slope yet, we're 18 miles out. Oh, I had said 12, that's a little further out than I thought. Whoopsie. Well, I'm glad we have an instrument approach, huh? And then let's get that undone.
Localizer armed. Localizer captured. Glide slope armed.
Cancun traffic, BAe-146, Piedmont 5514, 15 miles, 15 miles out, 12 left, Cancun. Alright, there's our glide slope signal. We should capture that. We should be at 1400 at about 4 miles. Should capture that at about 9 miles. We got the first notch of flaps in. We got 2 more notches of flaps plus the gear. We're going to get gear and flaps 2 at glide slope capture. And then we get flaps 3 at about 5 miles. Just make sure that the bugs are in the right spot there. Continuous ignition already got on. We can go ahead and get the TMS power off.
Light slips alive. 1 dot to go. Glide slope captured.
Alright, glide slope capture. We'll go gear. Flaps 2. Okay, I think I've got the runway coming into sight here. Cancun traffic, Piedmont 5514's BAe-146, 8 miles out, 12 left, 12 left, Cancun.
$2,500.
Mile and a half until we hit 5, and we'll get the last notch of flaps in. We'll get down to our V ref speed. Loke's looking good. Glide's looking good. Speed's where we want it to be for now. Alright, there's 5. Landing flaps coming out. Start working it down to our ref speed. Oh, we got the Raiders from Jeffrey B. just in time. Guys coming over from the Jeffrey B raid, you're just in time. Get a number into the chat, positive or negative, with or without the minus sign. No bot command necessary, representing feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, next pulled on January 1st. We're getting a little left to center line here. Right of center line. Let's correct back to the left is what I meant to say. Yeah, a little low on glide slope. Speeds coming in. Gears down in green. Landing flaps are set and checked. Low and slow. We'll fix that right quick. Yeah, gears down in green. Landing flaps set and checked. 3,000 missed approach altitude. Right hand turn off if we make it. Yeah, left turn to 045 at 3,000 if we go missed, and our right turn off if we make it down successfully. So, landing checks are complete.
$500. +$100.
We are landing.
Minimums. Minimums. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10,
Ground idle. Brake pressure seen.
Oh, not too bad. I had to
80 knots.
I had to kind of fight the side loading a little bit.
60 knots.
Landed very long. Floaty, 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 floaty. But happy with the result. And remember to go to ground idle as well. Cancun traffic, Piedmont 5514 is clear of 12 left going to the terminal via Delta. Cancun. Spoilers, flaps, strobes off, landing off, taxi on. Flight director, turn off lights off. Weather radar. Yeah, here we go. Another little hill. I think Peyote Moon Pie was the one who was like, I think we had the same trouble at Cancun. What are the brake temps? Oh, not too bad at all. All right. Continuous ignition can come off. So we got spoilers and flaps stowed. I think the flaps got stowed. Yeah, they did. Landing off, taxiing on, strobe off. Turn off lights off. Continuous ignition off. Weather and transponder. Oh, I got it all. Coming down Delta, we can make the right onto Bravo. Now guys, let me know. Did Kim OG's guest come in prior to touchdown? Jeffrey says it did. Alright, well, there we go. Everyone's saying Kim OG is the winner. I didn't reveal the number, but I guess you guys figured out why I'm asking, right? Cool deal. I got an honest bunch, guys. I got an honest bunch. If you're the winner, they're gonna let you have it. Yeah. Kim, my stream regulars all went, oh, well, okay, I guess we know who won. Alright, so we're going stand 6 here, which is kind of right on in off of Bravo 11. for the AGO, but hey, it was before touchdown. I always try to, you know, I say get it in by the 500 call, but I then allow for a little bit of buffering. So, you know, if it appears in the stream chat prior to the wheels touching, I let it go, because I know that, reality speaking, like, it was entered just, you know, a few seconds before that, so I let it pass. Alright, so what we want to do is make the right onto Bravo 11, and then stand 6 will be the second thing on the right. Where are we at? Bravo 7? Where are we at? Did I pass it? No, we've got a little ways to go yet. Oh, it's going to be down. Oh, it's going to be past the end of the terminal here. Okay, so I'm going to need to join Charlie and then turn right on Bravo 11. I guess when your name is American, then you're going to a Mexican airport. You don't get a gate actually at the terminal. So we'll make the next right on Bravo 11, and then the second right is stand 6, and that's where we're poking this thing for the shutdown. So when we came here during World Flight, I don't believe I had this add-on. We had just the default Cancun, and I think we had worse problems with that taxiway at the time. This add-on seems to have smoothed that taxiway delta, that crossing taxiway out some. But we certainly have much better taxiway markings with that add-on. So stand 7 on the right. Yeah, we want to go up to stand 6, which will be the next one in. Taxi light off. I don't think I have a marking for the BAe-146 here, so I'm just going to pull it as far forward as I can. Alright, without a marshal, we're going to call that good enough. Alright, let me run through the turnaround checklist. And then, of course, we're going to shut the plane down after that. But let me at least get the turnaround checklist done and get the plane deboarding. And then we will go over the winning numbers here. We'll go over the Slant Artwork Adventure, which we're closing up shop for the night. And we'll figure out who we're going to shoot a raid over to. Alright, so Master Warning System knob. Let's get oxygen systems shut off. Let's come up top and get the engine gens off. Let's get pack number 2 off. Let's get the engines into cutoff. Let's make sure all 4 went, and they did. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4. Screen and probe heats. Ice detection. The beacon light down here. We can come over to the tablet and get the wheel truck set. Get passengers and cargo. And so, yeah, let's do stairs here. And begin deboarding. Let's jump up top, get the... I just find this fascinating. With the hydraulic pumps are off. I'm going to flip the switches, but they are definitely off, right? We see there's no pressure being provided by either of those. However, hydraulic quantity still shows good pressure, and that's because these 2 pumps here, the AC and PTU... Oh, they're already off? Oh, I forgot to put them on. Well, no wonder we got no... So, yeah, I'm an idiot. This is the quantity. These pressures, if I had remembered to turn the AC and PTU on, these hydraulic pressures would still be showing positive values, even though these pumps were no longer operating. So, oops, forgot that on this one. Normally do that for the landing. Normally pretty good about that one for the landings, but forgot to get those on for this time around. Oh well. Fortunately, didn't turn out to bite us in the butt there. We can go ahead and get the squawk code set back to 2000 and standby. And then real quick, let's check on our fuel and ETA. Of course, we got 10 minutes for the passengers to get kicked off the plane. But let's start with my predictions, and then we'll follow up by looking at your predictions. And when I say my predictions, I'm predicting the flight time and fuel. So we had said we were going to be down at 18 after. Now we also knew that we got airborne, what, about 10 minutes late? Almost 15 minutes late, right? So 18 after, and we're down at 30 after. Well, that's basically exactly on time in terms of the flight time that we experienced, since we didn't get airborne. We got airborne well after that time there. So the interval between these times was pretty much as predicted, and we should have had about 8,700 pounds of fuel left over. Let's see how we did. Oh, wow. 10,974. $2,200 extra pounds. Wow. So I wonder if something with the update that the BAe-146 got, I wonder if that's affected the fuel consumption numbers. I wonder if the consumption numbers have been adjusted to be more realistic or something like that, because I was 2,000 pounds over for both of these legs. So that's interesting. Now, these were slightly longer legs than I've been used to doing. So, I don't know. We'll have to maybe tweak the consumption numbers now that we've got this update that's possibly affected that a little bit. But we'll take a look at that. I think if we go one more stream and I'm way over, then we'll definitely have to look at maybe tweaking those consumption numbers downward a little bit. Which is good. It gives us a little bit more fuel range. All right, well, that's my prediction. Let's look at yours now. You guys kind of already got the spoiler on in terms of who won, but let's just make it official. 103, and we floated down the runway. I kind of had to keep it high over the tall trees on a short final. That contributed to it, and I was chasing the speed a little bit on final as well. We had a little bit of extra speed coming down. Short final. So that contributed to the float, but once we got it set down, it settled in nicely. 103 was the number that registered, and I had plenty of runway to get stopped, so and barely used the brakes. As you can see, the brake temps were not too bad at all. So 103 was the official number, and yeah, so we already kind of verified We had 203, 165, 200, 119, 190, 143, 112. 112 was indeed the lowest number that was put in, and you guys already confirmed that that number did appear in the chat prior to the wheels hitting the surface. So Kim OG gets an entry into our landing rate raffle. And Kim, we're going to do that drawing on New Year's Day's live stream. You don't have to be here. If your ticket happens to come out of the drawing on that day and you are not here with the stream, don't worry. I will contact you via either Twitch Whispers or Discord, or I'll get in touch with you somehow. No worries whatsoever. When that ticket is drawn, the winner gets their choice of any one item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. That includes any of our branded merch items, our t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. Don't want any of that stuff, you can choose an electronic gift card out of the Amazon.com or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. But you're now entered. Congrats. Congrats as well to Kitty Monster, who was the closest predictor at Orlando. And congrats to everybody who's got an entry in for our January 1st. We've changed. Like a shirt, but to keep my options open, yeah, of course, that happens to be if your ticket's drawn on January 1st. So you're one of many entries, but I decided, so I'm shifting from doing this bi-monthly to monthly. So in that shift, I've wound up with a lot of entries for this January drawing. I think to give everybody a fair chance, we may pull 2, possibly even 3 winners out of this lot here. There's quite a number of entries. So we'll pull at least 2, maybe a third, and then everybody gets their choice of any one item off of this prize vault list. By the way, if you do choose any of the branded merch items, yes, indeed, I do ship to you at my own expense. That is part of the prize. So it is completely free to participate in this thing, regardless of the prize that you choose. All right, well, congrats, Kim. Congrats, Kenny. And good luck on January 1st. Yeah, we probably came out a little further than we needed to. Had we had air traffic control on, I expect they probably would have vectored us to join this approach a little shorter in. Given the speed control I was doing, of course I was doing all hand flying by that point as well. That's not bad for a hand flown downwind base and final. That worked out pretty well. And yeah, so had we had air traffic control, I'm sure they would have cut us in a little bit shorter. But I'm very pleased with how that landing went, and the entire approach and touchdown went pretty well. So happy with that. Guys, again, if you're new to the channel, one more recap we need to do with you. If you are new to the channel, or if you haven't been to the channel in a little while, we have resurrected a activity that we had done years ago, or a year and a half ago or so, that we call Slant Artwork Adventure. And we'll figure out, okay, no problem. I'm just going to wrap up here. We've resurrected an activity that we used to call Slant Artwork Adventure. Kim, I've been doing this 7.5 years, if you can believe that or not. 7.5 years as of January 1st. Started on July 1st of 2018. Yeah, you gotta see your alligators again? Yeah, indeed, right. Anyway, so we've got this activity we call Slant Artwork Adventure. It is closed for tonight, so don't put any requests in for tonight. It is closed for tonight. However, the way this works is I start the stream by putting in a description of an image that represents loosely what we're doing that evening. So I put in the description, I said, please give us a depiction of a BAe-146 taking off over the city of New Orleans. And of course, the airport's not really near the Superdome, but yeah, it took a little license there, but a beautiful image of a BAe-146 taking off over the city of New Orleans. Then what happens is you guys cash in 500 points at a time. That puts you in a queue to modify or add to this image however you would like. And to say however, a few words, sentence, not paragraph, but add to this image one kind of element at a time. And that's the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, is how you put yourself in the queue. 500 points per chunk, and that's how that works. So when you do that, that puts you in the queue, and then when I have a hand free for a moment, call your name and figure out what you'd like to add to the image. So this is how it went tonight. This is the BAe-146 departing over New Orleans. We then, oops, sorry, we skipped one there. We added a Christmas tree on top of the Superdome. We then added Mardi Gras beads on the airplane. We then added Rudolph nose and antlers to the airplane. We then changed the airplane to red and green, which inexplicably changed the Superdome to red and green too. We didn't ask for that, that just happened. But sure, some holiday lighting for the Superdome too, why not, right? We then added our friend Freckles putting the star on top of the tree. It initially made her way too big. We backed that out, and we re-added her at a more scalable size to put the star on top of the Christmas tree on top of the Superdome. When we were at Orlando, the bridges, the taxiway bridges in Orlando were all kind of jagged and roller coastery and crazy. So somebody said, had the brilliant idea of, well, let's make the bridges here like all jagged and roller coastery and crazy too. So that was what happened there. I thought ChatGPT did a stellar job of interpreting that. That was perfect. That was spot on. We then added some alligators to the river. We then added some sombreros to the alligators, of course, because we're coming to Cancun. And then, to cap it all off, one thing I was going to add before the alligators even got the sombreros, I was going to add myself in a bullfighter cape and a sombrero. So I said, well, since the sombreros are on the alligators, I'll just do the bullfighter cape, but added me dangling off the airplane in my bullfighter cape. So there we are. Yes, an absolute masterpiece. So there's our slant artwork adventure. I'll publish all of these on our Discord. I'll publish the final one on our Facebook and on our X page. And then this final one also will become the YouTube thumbnail when we upload the stream archive to YouTube. Yeah, ladies and gents, there you have it indeed, Kim. Yep. So this will become the thumbnail for tonight's stream when we get that up onto YouTube. So that's how that works. And next time you're here, if you want to participate on that, 500 Twitch channel points at a pop gets you in on that action there. All right, so we got the. I didn't do too bad a parking job. Man, I'm right on. Well, I'm not dead center on the stripe, but I'm touching stripe. That's better than I normally do. All right, AJ. Yeah, have a good one. Everybody wrapping up for the evening. Yeah, absolutely good to have you here. Let's see who we're going to send a raid over to. I got kind of slim pickings. And whenever I do these late streams, I stay on a little later. I typically wrap up by about 11 Eastern. It's about an hour and 40 after that. And I'm now at the point where, like, I'm running out of people to raid that I know. I mean, I can get... I see one who's... I can't tell if he's got a screen up that says pre-flight briefing, but I can't tell if he's wrapping up. He's 5 hours into his stream, so I can't tell if he's getting ready to fly some more or what. We'll go ahead and send a raid over to Charlie Foxtrot 00, and hopefully he's going to stick around for a little bit. If he's not, then I guess you guys can ride his raid to wherever he ends up putting you. But let's get that running. But, yeah, once again, thank you again for riding along with me. Now, our normal show schedule, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And our next show is going to be on that normal schedule. The full show schedule is underneath the About tab, so if you ever want to see, there's certain nights, personal or work obligations come up, I've got to switch days or whatnot, but the full show schedule is underneath the About tab. Not only tells you which days for certain we'll be on, but what we'll be up to. We do fly a mix of general aviation, single-engine piston, business jet, vintage airliner, modern airliner on the stream. Plus, I do some VATSIM air traffic control. So a good mix, and if you want to see what we're going to be up to, check out that full show schedule underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server. On our YouTube channel, lower left-hand side of your screen, I'll have the YouTube link there momentarily. Great place to check out all of our VATSIM tutorials. We've got a playlist over there called VATSIM Tutorials. Good number of our streams. Our flying streams are archived over there as well, including this one here momentarily. So you'll be able to check that out later on if you didn't catch it tonight. And so, yeah, there you go. That's everything I needed to tell you. So, thanks again for riding along with us on our Slant Alpha adventure for vacations. We got New Orleans to Orlando, Orlando down here to Cancun, Mexico. We're going to send you over to Charlie Foxtrot now, and hopefully he's going to be on for a little bit longer for you, fingers crossed. And either way, guys, we will see you back here Monday. We're going to be resuming the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England flights in that Piper Comanche from A2A Simulations. So we will see you then. Thanks again for riding along, and we'll talk to you soon. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we will catch you on Monday. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures. In the meantime, good night, friends.